All right, let's call this meeting to order for the Amador County Board of Supervisors, Tuesday, November 23rd, 2021. And the board met in closed session, and on item 1A, direction was given, and item 1B, direction was given. Item 2A, conference with labor negotiators, direction was given. Item 3A, conference with county council, direction was given. And on item 3B, direction was given, and confidential minutes were approved. With that, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, great. Moving on to public matters not on the agenda. These are discussion items only. No action will be taken. Any person may address the board at this time upon any subject within the jurisdiction of the Amador County Board of Supervisors. However, any matter that requires action may be referred to staff and/or committee for a report and recommendation for possible action at a subsequent board meeting. Please note there is a 3-minute time limit. Is anybody in the audience wishing to address the board on public matters not on the agenda? Okay, let's move to Zoom. I think someone has their hand up.
Go ahead, Carrie, when you're ready.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Carrie Holmes, and I am the Compliance and Enforcement Program Manager for the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board. On December 14th from 5 to 7, the Regional Board invites you and all interested parties and community members to attend a virtual public briefing to learn about what's happening with the Mule Creek watershed, specifically water quality concerns related to operations of the Mule Creek State Prison Facility and how that relates to the City of Ione's wastewater treatment facilities, Preston Reservoir, and Castle Oaks Golf Course, to name a few. Regional Board staff will discuss the ongoing efforts to address water quality concerns and timelines related to ongoing work. There will be opportunity for attendees to ask questions and provide comments. In addition, this will be the first of at least 2 public outreach events the Regional Board will be hosting. We're really hoping the next anticipated event in spring 2022 hopefully can be in person or at least a hybrid of in-person and virtual. I do have a flyer. You'll probably see flyers and postings around your community. I do have a flyer with some more information about the meeting, including the virtual login information to provide. Is there a good email address or someone at the board I can contact to provide that information?
You can email it to the board clerk, the flyer.
Okay.
And just for edification, could you repeat the day and time?
Sure, it'll be December 14th from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
We
you.
look forward to it.
As do I.
All right, thanks a lot. Any other public comment? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, let's move on to approval of the agenda.
I move approval.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Forrester and a second from Supervisor Neto to approve the agenda as is. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Consent agenda, approval of the consent.
Okay.
Motion from Supervisor Brown, second from Supervisor Crew to approve the consent agenda as is. All in favor? Or actually, is there any public comment on that? Okay, All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Moving on to the regular agenda, item 5A. This is an update from the Amador County Health Officer, Dr. Rita Kerr, on the COVID-19 situation in Amador County. And we'll put her up on the big screen there. Big board.
Good morning. I'm unmuted, but for some reason I'm unable to turn my video on.
Oh. Well, we can't have like a big Dr. Rita Kerr screen.
If you'd like me to get started in the interest of time, I'd be happy to do that. And if the video comes on.
Why don't you?
Okay.
Why don't you?
I will do that. Good morning, board and Amador County. I'm Dr. Rita Kerr, Amador County Health Officer, and here to do my update about the COVID-19 situation here in Amador County. To date, this year, there have been 2,510 confirmed Amador resident cases since January 1st, excluding Mule Creek State Prison inmates, and that's an increase of 77 cases since my last report to the board 2 weeks ago. Since the beginning of the pandemic, 3,742 confirmed cases for Amador residents, and to date, 269 Amador County residents are known to have been hospitalized due to COVID-19. That's an increase of 7 since 2 weeks ago. Currently in Sutter Amador Hospital inpatients, there are 5 COVID patients, 4 of whom are Amador County residents. One of those inpatients was vaccinated, but that his vaccination was more than 6 months ago and he had not been boosted prior to his hospitalization. There's also 1 Amador County resident currently known to be hospitalized outside of the county. Regional intensive care unit bed availability, the daily average for the greater Sacramento area has been 15 to 20% of ICU beds available each day over the past week. Fortunately, over the past 2 weeks, there have been no additional deaths due to COVID-19 confirmed. And so the total remains, since the beginning of the pandemic, 57 Amador County residents and 9 Mule Creek State prisoners who have died of COVID-19. The state of California is currently at the orange or substantial level of COVID-19 transmission on the CDC map. Amador County also moved from the high to the substantial level yesterday as our cases counts have been trending lower locally. And if you could put up the epi curve at this point, I'll go over some specific numbers. Monthly case episode totals, we peaked in August at 655 cases. September had 547, October 359, and to date for November, we're at 101 cases. The overall trend week to week is downward. The epi curve will show you what if we get it up, and if not, it'll be posted on our website today. For the month of October, mid-October, weekly cases numbered in the 80s. And then for the past 4 weeks, we've seen a steady downward trend with 66, 47, 32, and the very last week, 24 cases, but that last week's total will be subject to a data lag and will likely go up a little bit. There are currently 39 active Amador County resident cases in isolation. Although we are trending in the right direction, we really can't get complacent, especially with the upcoming holidays and just many more opportunities for mixing and gathering. With Amador County at the substantial level of COVID-19 community transmission, the CDC still advises everyone to wear a mask indoors when in public, regardless of vaccination status. Unvaccinated persons are still required to be wearing a mask indoors when in public. Avoid poorly ventilated indoor spaces. Open windows for ventilation when the weather allows. Outdoor activities are safer than indoors, but if you can't keep your distance in a crowd when you're outdoors, masking is still recommended in that situation. Moving on to the vaccine update. With the holidays approaching, it's a great idea to get vaccinated before you gather to protect not only yourself, but your family, friends, and loved ones. Vaccine demand has increased in Amador County over the past few weeks, mostly for booster doses. And at this point, over 4,500 Amador residents have had boosters. The average first doses given to Amador residents have been 25 to 35 per day over the past 2 weeks. Our highest priority remains getting those who are still unvaccinated protected, and COVID vaccines are now available and free to anyone age 5 and older. Overall, the population in Amador County of age 5 and older who are all eligible to be vaccinated, 37% of those individuals have not yet had any doses of COVID vaccine. Breaking that down by age, at this point, 94% of 5 to 11-year-olds, 57% of 12 to 17-year-olds, 54% of 18 to 49, 23% of 50 to 64, and 14% of those age 65 and older are unvaccinated. 9.6% of Amador County residents over the age of 5 still need to get their second dose. They've had their first of a 2-dose series. It is important to complete that second dose of the 2-dose primary vaccine series to have more protection against variant strains. Anyone age 18 and older may now get a booster dose of the COVID vaccine effective the end of last week. Persons age 65 and older and anyone age 65 and older and anyone age 50 and older with underlying illness should get a booster dose. Everyone who received the J&J vaccine is recommended to get a booster at least 2 months after their first dose. And the interval to get a booster dose for Pfizer or Moderna vaccines is 6 months after the second dose. The option to choose a different vaccine for your booster than you've got for your primary series is available if that's your preference in that mix and match strategy. Amador County Public Health is having COVID vaccine clinics this week at the Health and Human Services Building, Suite 500, the back entrance. Today, all 3 vaccines are being offered in the morning, and that clinic ends at noon. If you are going to walk in, it needs to be before 11:30. And then this afternoon will be a Pfizer only clinic. Either 5 to 11-year-old pediatric Pfizer or 12 and older Pfizer, both formulations will be available this afternoon. On Sunday, any dose of any vaccine for persons age 12 and older will be available. And the clinic will be closed on Thursday and Friday this week in observation of the Thanksgiving holiday. You may visit myturn.ca.gov to schedule an appointment for any of these vaccine clinics. Walk-ins will be accommodated as space allows, but must arrive before 5:30 p.m. And because the vaccine clinics need to give the staff a lunch break, there will be no walk-ins accepted between noon and 2 p.m. For boosters, for those of you who are coming in for a booster dose, please bring your vaccination card, a photo of it, or the digital vaccine verification showing the dates of what you received and when you receive your previous doses. Pediatric Pfizer COVID vaccine is now available and recommended for 5 to 11-year-old children. The pediatric Pfizer vaccine formulation is 1/3 of the dose given to teens and adults, and it is given again as 2 doses spaced at least 3 weeks apart. Parents or guardians who would like to have their child vaccinated should check with their child's doctor or visit myturn.ca.gov to schedule an appointment at one of the public health pediatric vaccine clinics. Some retail pharmacies are also offering the pediatric vaccine, and you may check vaccines.gov for availability. The public health mobile vaccine team continues to focus on homebound individuals who may call to schedule a nurse home visit to receive vaccine by calling public health at 209-223-6407. COVID vaccines may be given at the same time as other vaccines, including influenza shots. However, anyone who was treated with monoclonal antibodies must wait 90 days before receiving COVID vaccine. You do not need to wait 90 days after monoclonal antibodies to receive the flu vaccine, however. Now is the season to get your flu shot before the upcoming holidays, and flu shots are available at most medical offices and pharmacies. Emerging therapeutics to treat COVID-19 have been in the news lately. There are 2 antiviral medications that can be taken by mouth, and they're both in the process of being reviewed by the FDA for emergency use authorization. Molnupiravir, which is manufactured by Merck, will be reviewed by the FDA next Tuesday, November 30th. And then Pfizer's producing a drug called Paxlovid, and they have applied for emergency use authorization with the review date for that drug pending. Supplies of these medications are anticipated to be limited initially, and meetings are being held to discuss prioritization and distribution of these medications when they do become available. None of these emerging therapies are a substitute for vaccination. Prevention is the best medicine. I've also been asked to address the topic of immunity after infection. This is an active area of study. There's known to be a period of infection-induced immunologic protection against reinfection for many viral illnesses. The level of immunity and duration of protection for COVID is being evaluated on an ongoing basis. The overall body of evidence for infection-induced immunity is more limited than that for vaccine-induced immunity. General trends are that persons who survived a more severe bout of illness with COVID-19 develop higher peak levels of immunity than those who had mild illness. Currently, the United States and California allow for a period of 90 days after a documented infection where the person does not need to quarantine if they are re-exposed to COVID. There are no FDA authorized or approved antibody tests to reliably tell if an individual is protected. Some research labs are using tests to study antibodies at a population level. Persons who get vaccinated after having recovered from COVID infection generate a more robust immune response and have lower rates of breakthrough infection than either those with only vaccine-induced immunity or those with only infection-induced immunity. The current policy recommendation is for all eligible persons to get vaccinated for COVID, including those who have been previously infected. Moving on to testing, the OptumServe no-cost testing site at the Health and Human Services building off Lower Ridge Road, back entrance, is open Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday with hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. When you arrive at the back entrance at Health and Human Services, the staff will direct you to the testing area. Masks are required and results are available within 3 days. We request that you please pre-register online at lhi.care or by calling 1-888-634-1123. Those with appointments are prioritized and walk-ins will be accommodated as space allows. The Health and Human Services testing site will be open this Saturday after Thanksgiving. As we celebrate the Thanksgiving holiday this week, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who has been and continues diligently working to confront this pandemic. If you are planning travel for the holiday, consider testing before you go and after you return, especially if you've been in crowded places like airports. Anyone who feels ill, even with mild symptoms, should get tested and stay home while awaiting the results. Do not attend or host a holiday gathering if you're sick. If you don't feel great, please isolate. And I'd be happy to address any questions at this time.
Board, any questions?
Sir, I did submit or I'd send you an email from a constituent and asked you to address some of the major points that were made. Are you prepared to do that or no?
Yes, I am. The discussion about infection-induced immunity was in response to that query. Are there any other particular points you'd like me to focus on?
Well, this was sent by a teacher from one of our local schools, and there are objections to the requirement for them to be vaccinated, I believe, versus, well, even the ongoing testing. So I don't know where to go with that. I think a lot of the teachers are objecting to the standards that are being laid down, especially when the governor and other people can attend weddings and things freely and in a mass setting without following their own rules.
I can't comment on that behavior. However, the requirements for school staff, teachers, volunteers, and everyone involved in the education is set both at the state and federal level. And the primary goal is this health and safety of the students and the staff that are there in that setting, trying to keep kids in school, trying to keep the staff healthy so that we don't have teacher absences. So a robust testing program to make sure we identify any cases quickly and get them out of the classrooms before they can spread to others is absolutely one of the many layered strategies that it takes in order to keep kids in school successfully. And the program, I believe the sense I got from the email that you sent from this individual was that they felt that their prior infection should exclude them from the testing requirement. And that's why I explained that we really do not know what the duration or degree of protection following infection is going to be. And so following that 90-day windows, then that 90-day window after a documented infection, then re-entering the testing cadence is required.
I guess the CDC does not have any data on people that were prior infected with COVID and the protection that gives them from getting it in the future.
It's not that they don't have any data, it's that they are trying to collect and sort through and make sense of studies from various places. There are different countries that allow different duration of infection-induced immunity. Currently in the United States, it's 90 days post-infection. There are some other countries who have put it out longer, and that is under consideration and being studied. Frankly, when Delta came on the scene, it kind of changed the calculus for all of this. I think we were probably moving toward lengthening that time frame when things looked good last June, and then Delta hit with a vengeance. Most of the country is at actually all of the country, the continental US is at a substantial or high level of transmission at this point, and reinfections are happening. What we're looking at trying to compare is what's the rate of reinfection versus what's the rate of breakthrough infection. And the one thing that has been shown pretty consistently is that the best, most robust immunity really is a combination of, if someone has been infected, then getting that vaccine to booster the immune response and really have the best level of protection possible.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I do have a question, Dr. Kerr.
Mm-hmm.
Do local hospitals and doctors notify you of COVID cases?
Yes, we get notified of lab results in multiple ways. One of them is through an electronic database, a secure electronic database from the state. All labs are required to report all results, both positive and negative, and then they get uploaded into that system. And then there's also something called a confidential morbidity report that there's an entire list of about 60 to 70 reportable conditions, of which COVID-19 is one. And when a hospital or doctor's office takes care of a patient with COVID, they are to notify us that, for example, a person's been admitted to the hospital.
Okay. Do they also notify you when doctors and hospitals, when they have adverse reactions to vaccines?
They generally do. They mostly report through the VAERS system, as we've discussed before. If there is a significant enough reaction to require hospitalization, then oftentimes we, especially if we administer the vaccine, we would hear about that.
So it's not necessarily, you may or may not then, basically, as
Correct.
far as adverse
They are
reactions.
required to
be
report it
notified
to
of
the
them.
VAERS system. They are not necessarily required to report it to the entity that administered the vaccination.
You know, I saw something else that was kind of interesting the other day, and I don't know if you have any thoughts on it. It was kind of confused me a little bit. I was looking at some stuff on OSHA,
Mhm.
and it talks about in their vaccine-related, are adverse reactions to the COVID-19 vaccine recordable on the OSHA record-keeping log? And then it goes, answer is Department of Labor and OSHA, as well as other federal agencies, are working diligently to encourage COVID-19 vaccinations. OSHA does not wish to have any appearance of discouraging workers from receiving COVID-19 vaccination, and also does not wish to disincentivize employers' vaccination efforts. As a result, OSHA will not enforce Title 29 of Code of Federal Regulations 1904's record-keeping requirements to require any employers record worker side effects from COVID-19 vaccination at least through May 2022. And at that time, so that we will reevaluate the agency's position at that time, determine the best course of action moving forward. And I guess what I'm asking is, there's a lot of requirements for recording COVID cases. And look at this, it looks almost like OSHA is saying we don't want to hear about adverse reactions. And it's something that's concerned me a lot. I mean, it's the whole COVID thing is just, it's a real ball of gunk that we're all stuck with. But could the county put something in where or public health to doctors and hospitals saying, hey, we'd like to know when you have significant adverse reactions? Have we ever done that?
Again, I think the challenge is putting in is the multiple layers of requirements. And so OSHA, for example, is really prioritizing at this point a couple of things, one of which is workplace safety from protecting workers from exposure from either their coworkers or their clients or the public that they serve as much as possible. And that's what the emergency temporary standards are designed to do. Each intervention has, a burden, and each intervention has a benefit. And at this point, my interpretation of what you just read to me is that employers may voluntarily report those if they learn about them, but are not required to report them. And in a way, since the employer is not who administered the vaccination and is most times not a medical professional, in some ways that makes sense to me that that would not be the logical place for an adverse reaction to be recorded. As I mentioned before, anyone can report an adverse reaction to the VAERS system, the individual who's experiencing it, their family member, their physician, a doctor that they saw in an urgent care clinic. That is an open portal for anyone to raise a concern. And then beyond that, those concerns get reviewed, prioritized, and investigated. There are a lot of standards that OSHA is currently requiring employers to do, and it's been an additional burden for many of them. So to add one more thing on top at this point, which is already being captured through multiple other channels, another one is the Vaccine Safety Data Link, which is a consortium of healthcare providers who do an even deeper dive into each potential adverse event in their systems. To me, adding one more requirement on the employers at this time would not be the best choice.
Yeah, I don't think it's adding a requirement. It's something that's already a requirement under Title 1904. Recording or reporting a work-related injury, illness, or fatality is kind of what it is. And they're saying we don't want to do this one. I guess where I'm going with this is, there's pros and cons, and I think we're hearing all about the purported pros, and we're not hearing much about the cons. That's my concern.
I understand your concern, and one of the other things I guess I would respond to, and we can certainly take this back, take it under consideration. I'd like to discuss it with County Council at a minimum, the county not being in a position of authority over Cal OSHA or over those businesses, unless we have actual county statutes on the books that would allow us to impose those kind of requirements, I'm not sure what our role is in the middle of that requirement.
Yeah, we probably don't have a role at all. I mean, other than if the board wanted to, which I'm not requesting that in any way, shape, or form. I would wonder if as county public health, if you can ask hospitals and doctors to voluntarily let you know when they have adverse reactions.
Certainly, I can make that request.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that, if
Okay.
that's okay with the board.
Sure.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Kerr.
You're welcome.
All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
can I ask a question?
of course.
Dr. Kerr, this is Supervisor Brown. In the late summer and early fall, you've been putting active cases on your weekly documentation that you send out via email.
Mhm.
That has stopped, and I'm curious if we could either put it on the website or back on the weekly emails that you put out.
You're
The
talking
active
about
cases,
the active cases?
active cases for each city, Jackson, Pioneer.
Those do get updated on the website on a regular cadence. So it's the amadorgov.org website, and then there's a red banner at the top. And if you click public health, there's a data table. You just have to scroll down a little bit to get to it because there's now several headers above it. But that data does continue to be updated on a regular cadence. We will be taking a little bit of a hiatus at the end of this week from doing daily updates because of the holiday. But at least twice weekly, you can expect an update on that. We are working with an epidemiologist to try and refine and maybe make it a little bit more visually easy to understand. That's the same person who's been producing our epi curves. And so expect some changes in that, the look of that data reporting after the first of the year.
Well, I just clicked on it, and I've got my computer in front of me, but it's showing doesn't show the active cases per area.
Oh, by city. Okay. And, at this point, I will ask the epidemiologist if that's something that is easy to sort out or not. One of the things that's getting a little bit challenging is that more and more people are doing antigen tests. Many people are doing home antigen tests, and those don't hit our confirmed case tallies. So I am afraid that the confirmed cases underrepresent the true burden in any given community. So it may be falsely reassuring to someone to say, oh, look, Volcano doesn't have any active cases. But there could be people who've done home tests and they won't hit that official tally.
True, but what data that you do have would be out into the public, and that's what I'm looking for.
Okay, I will certainly
so they can see where the active cases are located.
Okay, I'll take that under consideration, bring it back to our epidemiologist and work with her on that. Thank you for the suggestion.
Okay, any public comment from any of the members of the audience? Is there anybody on Zoom that wants to comment? Okay, are there any other last board questions? Okay, well, I want to thank you, Dr. Kerr, for your report once again, and thank you and all of your staff and everybody at Public Health for all the hard work they've been doing. And I just went and got my booster last Friday, and that was a real smooth operation. So once again, I think we're doing a great job, and look forward to your next presentation.
Thank you, and I hope you and the community all have a happy and safe Thanksgiving.
You too. You too. All right, so we're moving on to item 5B, which is discussion and possible action relative to a letter of support. Hey, you're getting ahead of us, John. Letter of support from the Amador Fire Safe Council and their application for a grant fund from the Amador Fire Safe Council. So, John, take it away.
All right, thank you very much. John Heisenbuttel, representing the Amador Fire Safe Council today. In your packets, you have a copy of the grant opportunity. The bottom line is the California Fire Safe Council, through funding by CAL FIRE, has a $380,000 grant opportunity for wildfire evacuation route planning and improving evacuation routes. We believe the county is in a good position to secure this grant because we, through the Fire Safe Council, we've already started a collaborative approach to document the priority evacuation routes. And this collaborative approach includes all the fire districts, ACTC, Amador Resource Conservation District, the Fire Safe Council, Amador Sheriffs, Amador Public Works, and CAL FIRE. And to date, we've got a first generation map of all the preferred evacuation routes, and we're putting a priority on those routes to do some brush clearing. We've got a grant already to begin brush clearing. As a matter of fact, we've got a RFP out this week for 20 miles of county roads that Public Works told us was a priority, and so we'll fund that through the Fire Safe Council. One clarification to your agenda: we're not seeking a letter of support. Under the terms of this particular grant, the grant has to be submitted by the county, not the Fire Safe Council, and haven't been able to determine the reason for that. But regardless, the Fire Safe Council, through another grant, has funds to write grants. So we can write the grant on behalf of the county, and the county can subcontract execution of the grant to the Fire Safe Council. And by doing so, the Fire Safe Council would prepare the mandatory quarterly reports for the county to submit, and the Fire Safe Council would prepare all the reimbursement documents that need to be processed. So the bottom line is that the county would only be responsible for pushing the button to submit the reports, and administratively receiving the reimbursement funds, and then reimbursing the Amador Fire Safe Council for its work in executing the grant. The grant can and will cover the administrative costs incurred by the county.
When do you need the county to sign the dotted line, John?
December 15th. It's a real short fuse for a grant like this.
I guess the question I'd have is Greg, could we take action on what he's requesting today?
I think you can. You can give direction to staff to move forward with that grant application.
We can do that through my office, through me, and I can be the signatory, and we'll just pass it through to the Fire Safe Council.
Yeah, it seems like a no-brainer. So.
Yeah, we did this way back in 2015. We wrote a grant on behalf of the county, and Chuck was the point person, and we want to make it as easy as possible for everybody. But literally, we need Chuck's signature, and we need him to. It's a computerized application system and update system. So if you're willing, we'll get the grant right and going.
And so you'll have the grant prepared in time for all that?
Yeah. Was waiting for confirmation from the board.
Got it in your
today,
back pocket?
And we'll start writing lickety split here.
All right.
John, I had raised the question to avoid duplication, since only one can be chosen from the county. Can you address that a little bit? Because Cindy's worked pretty extensively on mapping too.
Yeah, and thanks for that question, Supervisor Forster. We plan on collaborating very closely with ACTC. They really are the premier map maker in the county, and ACTC over the past year has developed a collaborative evacuation plan for general emergencies like flooding, what have you. We think we'll be able to integrate that work into the application and execution of the grant. And Cindy and the ACTC will be a partner in helping writing the grant.
All right,
So there will only be one from the county, and actually under the terms of the grant, you can submit only one.
thank you.
Is there any other board questions, comments?
Nope, I just think it'd be a wonderful thing because we drive our back roads, I think probably everybody's district, especially at upcountry, there's a lot of roads with a lot of fuel on them, and it's pretty obvious these fires are burning pretty hot.
Any comment from the public here in the audience? Chief White, come on down.
Chairman Axe, members of the board, Walt White, Fire Chief, Amador Fire Protection District, and I just wanted to go on the record with supporting the Amador Fire Safe Council. They've been extremely collaborative in working with all agencies. Since January, our agency, working along with these Amador Fire Safe Council and other community groups, have been able to get 5 communities to FireWise status, which is including River Pines, which is the largest FireWise community in the state right now. NFPA oversees that whole program. There are 1,900 FireWise communities across 40 states right now, and we're looking to actively work with all communities in the county, along with the Fire Safe Council and the work they're doing with mitigation and roads and everything to help each community in the county that wishes to receive it. So the Amador Fire Protection District wholeheartedly supports the request of the Amador Fire Safe Council, and we look to continue to collaboratively work with them. So thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment here? Anybody on Zoom? Yeah, I'll bring it back to the board. Do we need a motion or just direction?
I think direction is fine. Ultimately, once we get the grant, there'll be an agreement to come back for the board.
Okay, so we have direction given, and John, you and the Fire Safe Council, you know what to do, so thank you. Thanks for all your time and effort. Thanks for coming on down. So we're moving on to item 5C. This is update on code compliance options for the hideout at Kirkwood. And Chuck Beatty, Planning Director, is going to give us an update.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Chuck Beatty with the Planning Department. Mr. Eiley asked me to put on your agenda another update on the compliance progress with the hideout at Kirkwood. If you recall, in the fall of 2019, the board strongly suggested that the property owners pursue a zone change and a conditional use permit to operate the event venue as it to bring it into compliance with county code. I'm not going to go through all of the steps that have taken place since then, but since our last discussion on this last fall, Mr. Hoover has submitted an application for the zone change and the conditional use permit. The technical advisory committee has met, I believe, 3 times on it to go over completeness issues. Outstanding issues were related to the biological assessment, cultural resources study, and public safety, public access to and from the site. But since this past October, we met with their team again and to discuss the specifics of those 3 studies. And as I understand it, the cultural resources study has been submitted to me, and I believe the biological report is going to be on its way this week. And I know AFPD staff has been on site recently at least within the last month or so, to look at the, public access issues again. So that's kind of where we are, but I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Board, questions there? Public access issues, what were those?
Approximately a 2-mile,
Okay.
road from Highway 88 to the site.
Okay, and what's the status of that?
They're still working with AFPD on how many turnouts are gonna be needed, what's the road width gonna be, what kind of surface it has. So on.
They have a plan moving forward?
They're working on a plan.
Okay. All right, I noticed the project proponent and his representative are here. Do you want to address the board at this time? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bruce Baracco, the project planner for the Hideout. Just to tag on to what Chuck has indicated to you. Well, the good news is the Hideout didn't burn down in the Amador fire. So that's a positive.
Step one.
And that 2-mile access road was the difference between the edge of the fire and the Hideout. We do now have the cultural resource study and the biological resource evaluation that we will forward to the staff to review once the county TAC members have had an opportunity to review those documents. Then we'll ask Chuck to convene the TAC, and then we will go through the environmental checklist process to determine the viability of a negative declaration for the environmental document.
Okay.
I think that's all I have. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Anybody else from the Hideout? Mr. Hoover, did you want to speak or? Okay. Then are there any board questions? So I'm gonna open it up to public comment. I think Mr. Munn might want to come up and speak.
Guess I'm supposed to sign in here, right?
Yes, thank you, and state your name for the record, please, if you can.
Well, good morning.
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 My name's John Munn, and I own property adjacent to Highway 88 that's crossed by Hoover's easement to the Hideout. I think I'm going to add here that the county's interaction with the Hideout actually started in late 2016, I believe it was. A long time ago. I'm starting to get worn down, but thought I'd come today. I want to remind you about 3 problems that need to be overcome before approval of commercial operations at the Hideout. First is use of the easement. Precedent and law indicate that changes in the easement require agreement between the easement holder and property owner, and that use of an easement is limited to the zoning of property over which the easement passes. I've not been contacted about changes Mr. Hoover has made to the easement. My property over which the easement passes is zoned R1A and TPZ, neither of which would permit commercial operations. Next is the distance from Highway 88 to the Hideout. Section 210 of Amador County Code, Chapter 1530, which is titled Fire and Life Safety, states that the maximum length of a dead-end road, including all dead-end roads accessed from that dead-end road, shall not exceed a cumulative length of more than 1 mile for parcels 20 acres or larger, regardless of the number of parcels served. The length of the dead-end roadway from Highway 88 to the Hideout is approximately 2 miles. Section 090, Chapter 1530, further states that roads, streets, and private lanes means vehicle access to more than 4 parcels, access to any industrial or commercial occupancy, or vehicle access to a single parcel with 4 or more dwellings. So the dead-end road distance from Highway 88 to to the hideout appears to exceed the requirements of the Amador County Code for commercial operations. So you're going to have to do something about that. My third point is that access to the hideout relies on a concrete and culvert stream crossing that Mr. Hoover constructed on my property without my knowledge or consent, for which a notice of violation requiring its removal has been issued by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. This crossing prevents use of the easement on my own property for the transport of timber products, since this requires Fish and Wildlife approval. These problems affect me directly and could become liability issues for state and local agencies allowing use of the hideout roadway. It's my hope that the Hoovers can operate the hideout in compliance with all federal, state, and county requirements, and that this be done in a manner that relieves me of any responsibility and liability for its use. In addition, any changes that benefit Hoover's access to and the use of the hideout should be available to nearby properties. I'm going to follow up with a little bit more on that last point that I'm not really ready to talk about today, but it is important that the hideout not become a spot zoning development. And I think I just need to further elaborate on that, and now's not the time. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Munn, can you elaborate on that last sentence a little bit? Any changes that benefit Hoover's access to and use of the hideout should be available to nearby properties. So are you basically asking for him to modify that so it can allow access to yours and other properties?
I don't think this is actually something for Mr. Hoover to do. This is something that you would do in the process of approving his application if you were to choose to do so. And if the only thing that gains a benefit from a change in zoning is the hideout, then I think that would be considered what's called spot zoning. And
I think what you're saying is whatever rights and entitlements he gets, you'd like to have that available to your property or neighboring property.
Nearby property. I'm not speaking just for myself on that. There are other people that have property that are adjacent to or near Mr. Hoover
that's understandable.
benefit by the same kinds of changes that might be made.
Okay, yeah, I understand what you're asking. Yeah, I think.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Munn. Chuck, can you address some of his, Mr. Munn's issues or points that he's made, especially the distance from Highway 88 and its conflict with the zoning code? Is that something that, is that true?
Does the application conflict with the zoning code or the general plan? His current zoning that was determined by the board or by the planning commission and upheld by the board.
He says it's 2 miles away, and on a dead-end road, you can only have it 1 mile. Is that true?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
Right now, I wasn't prepared to get into the weeds on the
All right. Well,
application. We need to get a complete application before we can.
I'm not sure it's the first time he's brought it up, but and as far as the use of the easement, is that really the county's specific concern, or?
There would have to be a claim made that the use of that easement, the proposed use of that easement is not legal and is not consistent with the terms that it's written by.
Okay.
And that's something we'll have to vet when we go through the application process.
All right. Okay.
So it's just a little early. I mean, basically, we don't have a completed application to even start the review yet. We're still waiting for these pieces. All of these issues will get vetted in that process, and
All right.
it may or may, you know, the application itself may or may not make it back to the board at some point after it's gone to the planning commission.
Okay, all right.
And it looks like, biological and cultural assessments have been done.
Yes.
Okay, any other board questions or comments? Okay, public comment? Pat Chu, come on up.
President Axe, Board of Supervisor, Patrick Chu, Deputy Fire Marshal with the Amador Fire Protection District. Yes, I went out there about a month ago. It's my second time. It's the first time I went out there, though, there's no snow, so I was actually able to see the roads and access and so forth. But to answer your question regarding 1530, there is a international fire code, and there is also a California fire code, which is adopted by the International Fire Code. And there is language in there which is not adopted within the state of California that states basically if you have any dead-end road over 1,000 feet for what this is used now as a residential use, you need secondary means of egress. But that is a California fire code. We do have 1530, which supersedes that since that's a local ordinance. But we also have that provision if they can't meet that to mitigate that somehow by some turnaround or some sort. Just food for thought on this issues of secondary access and so forth. There's plenty of way we can mitigate that. That has to be worked upon between obviously the county, AFPD, and the owners. This last time I went there about a month ago, I was able to see the road itself. The last time I went there it was snow, so I really can't make it out. And there are some issues there, obviously, regarding just getting there and getting back out. We met twice, and we had a great conversation with Mr. Hoover and his son. They're working on a plan. Unfortunately, I haven't seen anything yet on what this plan is. And it's consistent with what we talked about a year ago this time. So I'm still waiting for a plan or just an evacuation plan. And if you go to just like a Walmart, Sam's Club, or any business in their personnel office, they'll have a binder of evacuation plan on several types of procedure, earthquake, mudslides, and what have you. So I've asked for that. Some sort of plan they have in place, an event of any type of an emergency, they need to have something in place, a policy, and their staff, if any, needs to be trained on what that policy is. So I'm still waiting on that. They have some great ideas on how to mitigate this road. There's a really steep incline, which we talked about in great length when I was there about a month ago. And they're going to try to find a happy medium, if you will, to accommodate our needs. I haven't seen that yet, but they have some ideas. And obviously, if this application was submitted today, and I mentioned to them, this wouldn't fly the way it's built right now. And we all know that. So I am trying to work with them. I'm waiting still on this plan, and it hasn't yet been sent to me. So that's the update as of today.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other public comment today? Any Zoomers, would you like to comment? Okay, no. So we can expect the plan to be submitted by when?
With there being no option for any kind of code enforcement activity, we're still at their mercy as to when that plan's submitted.
Well, can we get a rough estimate when that might be? Is that going to be next month or 2 years from now or what?
The applicant or representative would have to answer that.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Tom Hoover with the Hideout. As I understand the process, And we submitted an application for the actions that you had requested, which was a zone change, and then a follow-up with that would be a use permit. We passed the first step, which was a review of completeness of the application. Second step is an environmental review, which we had 2 comments from outside agencies that thought we should do more research. One was a frog study on a dry creek, and the other was a cultural study on the properties. Some of that which had been done previously when I traded properties with the Forest Service. But, you know, those are older studies, and we actually had those scheduled for last fall, and the individual that was scheduled to do them had quit the firm, left, and then it snowed about a month later, and that got canceled. None of those studies can be done through the winter, obviously. So we met with Chuck and his staff late this summer, to determine exactly whether the information we had submitted that we had gotten from the Forest Service, because they went through a complete environmental review back in '06, I think it was, whether that was adequate enough for the conditions that were being requested by Fish and Wildlife and by, I think it was the Auburn tribe, for the cultural. Chuck's evaluation was that they weren't totally complete. We needed further study, much to my reluctance, because in some case, common sense isn't being applied. Fish and Wildlife ask you to do a frog study on a dry creek. They know very well that it doesn't qualify, that it's not, you know, the habitat isn't there. The frog they're looking for needs water year-round. So you get into those type of activities that just cost you money, and they're pretty much, they come back and somebody looks at it for $10,000 and says, it's not the right habitat, and we're done. Some of those things prolonged our discussion this summer. But on the advice of my own attorney, the question is going to continue, so let's get them done and get on with it. So those are done. Our next step is to go back through TAC and look at the environmental review. From that, my understanding is we start getting it, once that's understood, we start getting into the conditions that county departments and others would place on the hideout for the zone change and the conditional use permit. And we start to discuss that. Part of that is the conditions you're hearing. So our plan will come out of that based on what comments we receive back from departments. You know, we have a driveway that's somewhat 2 miles long. We have been working on that for 10 years. I think I counted, the last time I counted, I had turnouts for 200 cars. The road itself probably will end up being close to 20 feet wide and probably 95% of the 2 miles. And as we progressed, we've found that public works requirements are different than fire. Instead of being in one single lane with lots of turnouts, we're looking more at a 20-foot wide road. So that the conditions are somewhat of a moving target, but we will flesh those out and then we will respond. We've already done a survey of the road last year, I think a year before, and we submitted it to Public Works. I don't think that's been forwarded on to Mr. Chu. And it would give you all the dimensions and the information on the road itself so that we could sit down and actually design and discuss it. So I think our process right now is that we will head back to TAC to finish the environmental review, now that those 2 studies have been completed. My understanding is neither study found anything. So that issue we should be able to move on from that.
Can you address the crossing and where that issue sits at this point? Yeah, some years ago, first of all, I have an easement through to my property, 50 feet wide,
with very little conditions. The portion that goes to the Munn's property was granted from his parents with very little conditions. My attorney's opinion is, as long as I meet those conditions, I don't have to seek further approval to do road work, to do road improvements. Prior to constructing that crossing, we contacted Fish and Wildlife. We contacted a local representative, which was the warden. Sent him pictures. He was too busy. We sent him pictures, had a discussion. He reviewed it, made a determination, came back and said, here's what I would suggest. No permits required. It's on a dry stream 6 months of the year. Again, we're talking about a very low, very small creek, which is, again, dry most of the year that we're using it, the summer months. That was his comments. I kept those comments, figuring they would be valuable in the future should something come up. We went ahead and constructed it, or at least 80% of it. Mr. Munn complained to many departments throughout the state. Finally got Fish and Wildlife to come up. They took a different view of it from the office. And I seem to have gotten into the middle of outside staff of Fish and Wildlife and internal. A somewhat different opinion. Fish and Wildlife requested that I make an application, pay fees. They sent me a list of conditions. The biological was the last of that. Realized I've had a watershed survey done. I've had a civil engineer design its completeness, because again, it's only 80% done. Also had a structural engineer review it. All of that passed. We run loaded dump trucks across it every summer, all the time. Mr. Munn's concerns that it interferes with his timber harvest. That crossing wasn't even considered to be used for his timber harvest, but let alone it's plenty strong enough for anything he has, any use he will use. My attorney strongly indicates that I have an easement that was granted to me when I deeded easement, recorded with the county, that when I bought the property. As long as I meet the conditions of that easement, I don't have to seek further approval.
Thank you.
And so as far as Fish and Game, we're trying to continue to work with them. Again, it's coming from a complaint, so they're sensitive to the complaint. And I'm trying to meet their requirements, though they seem to be somewhat of a moving target. We're trying to meet those conditions and finish that. It's a fairly minor crossing, but a very important one. In the winter, we can't get across it very well because it tends to open up, and we end up with 10-foot walls. We have to push in snow to get across it, only to come back and find that it's been undermined by the water activity, and then it will collapse as you're going across it with a snowcat or snowmobiles. So it's, to us, that we very rarely we use the hideout probably for 3 rentals in the winter. Not a lot of activity, but we try to make it safe for those when we do use it. Right now we're shut down. I've been shut down since middle of October. I'm just kind of getting it ready for winter. We plan to continue to meet with Mr. Chu and develop these emergency booklets, evacuation plans. You know, we have been operating for 10 years. We have a pretty good feel for what we need and what our clients need, and we're always concerned with their safety. So we're trying to work with the county in that what you're requiring versus what seems to be realistic. We think we can meet pretty much everything. Those things that we may have some discussion on may come back to you. We may request some discussion with you about some of the conditions. We don't want to lose the hideout and what it is. We don't want to become Motel 6. We want it to continue to keep its uniqueness. And that's what it makes it attractive. Provides access to some of what Amador County is best for, the high country. We're trying to keep it that way. That's not easy when some county or state laws, as I call it, one rule fits the whole state. And you have to try to meet that even though you're in a completely different environment. So those are some of the things that we're going through because of the zone change. You recall we started this as Mr. Munn said, we started this some time ago. Susan Grijalva asked me to come in and start the process for a use permit. We went to the Planning Commission. They needed a definition of R1A recreation activities. We had the category, we didn't have any description of what that was. Planning Commission, in my opinion, illegally voted to deny me a use permit, which wasn't even on the agenda. I think Jennifer's the only one that ever figured that out correctly and then brought it back to you for a review. But we started that process so we could get the use permit and get this finalized. Mr. Forrester's suggestion back then was because of the planning, because the general plan, combine that with R1A and make it somewhat, those two had to go together to be able to, so you could grant the use permit. That got shot down and we started 2 or 3 different directions that we tried. Those didn't work. We finally came back and decided that we should try a different zone change proposed by my own planner. Response from the county was that they'd never put a master plan on a single parcel. That's what we're going for, is changing it to a master planning on a single parcel. Normally you use those for subdivisions or Kirkwood or something like that. So it's a little more difficult trying to apply that. And without much experience, I think we struggle a little bit on what conditions to apply and how. So it's all new and unique for all of us, but the first thing, Mr. Chairman, we're trying to get through is the process, which is going through TAC. Then after that, we go to the Planning Commission. And the conditions start to come out of the different departments. Those are the ones that we have to react to and indicate how we will meet those or modify them or whatever to accomplish it. We're still in that process. We hope that gets completed this winter. Winter by far is our best time to work on this. I don't have a large staff. There's 3 people that run the hideout, and I have Bruce and Sweat. That's it. So.
Okay, so within the next 3 months, you think?
I think right now we're going to be
another
going to
step.
act attack as soon as Chuck has the opening on the schedule.
Okay.
And the holidays obviously will affect that, but we will go back and start going through the environmental. There's steps we have to take before we get to what you're referring to.
Okay. All right. Is there any other public comment? Any Zoomers anywhere? Okay. Any last parting comments from the board here?
Updates.
All right, so,
It's probably good that he's up and operating, because otherwise you wouldn't have the income to get through this process.
yes. Okay, so, item 5D, do we have enough time before the, 10:30 certain?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
All right, let's do that. So this is from the building department, a request for impact fee payment plan for Jamie Baldwin at 4030 Reservation Road in Ione.
Good morning, Amador with the building department.
Morning.
Actually, since this morning, there's been a couple other small developments and a couple other pieces of the puzzle that we actually need to put together. I've been trying to get in here and thinking here maybe request a continuance into next month if we could to get some more details on this.
Okay, we'll withdraw it and bring it back when we're ready.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that all right with everybody?
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
All right.
That was faster than I thought.
Yeah. So, do you think we have time for 5E?
Probably not.
No?
I
So
see
do we
Mr.
wanna-
Rooney, Mr. Rooney's here, so it might be extensive conversation.
All right, so why don't we take a break and then start up at 10:30 with, our public hearings? All right, thank you.
our committee has worked on, and 3 that were submitted by supervisors, Oneto, Forrester, and Axe. And we've obviously, you've had a chance to look at all 6 of those, and those are what you'll be discussing today. Hopefully, you'll be able to select one today in our committee that's worked long and hard since March. They go home. But we have scheduled another meeting on the 1st, should that be necessary. I've handed out the kind of a score sheet that you can use that identifies the major areas of that we have to follow when setting up these districts. Are they contiguous, respect city boundaries, respect COI boundaries? The 5 to 10% differential is that each district can be no more than 5% off, and the difference between the smallest and the largest 10%. That's probably one of the most important scoring devices that you might have, because that allows, that shows how compact they are. And then uses identifiable boundaries. So I leave it up to you to for the discussions. What we suggest is that maybe our committee members present theirs. I'm not sure how you are presenting yours. If you have a committee member that's representing you that worked with you or not, I haven't checked on that. Otherwise, I leave it up to you for the presentation of your 3 maps.
Okay, well, why don't we have the 3 or whatever committee members talk
we'll
about
do
their
them in
maps.
the order that they're written in your board packet, if that's okay.
Sure.
We'll have,
So
AKK first,
okay.
then SBK, then Don, and then you can go back to Brian, Richard, and Frank in that order, if that's okay with you. Otherwise, I have nothing further. Good luck.
Keith, on this rating, we'll, the maps 1 through 6, we'll rate them here as they're presented in this.
Yes, please. Okay, that's, I think that's, then you'll have, and you can share your ratings and
Yeah,
put
so
a
we're
total
all,
and do the whole 9
we all
yards.
agree what map number 1
Right.
is. Yeah.
Ann Heisenbuttle at District 5 on the redistricting committee, and I worked with Keith and Katya to prepare the map AKK in your packet, so I guess that's map number 1. This is a slight modification from the 3rd map you reviewed at your last public hearing, the one that you termed the classic model, and which we've been, all the committee have been working on maps with that classic model since then, including Amador, Sutter Creek, and Pine Grove in District 4. I think there's one other map that doesn't do that, but that's what we've been trying to focus on as a committee. So in our map, District 1 includes Jackson, Martell, Jackson Rancheria, and to the southeast, it includes Buena Vista, Lake Amador, and Lake Pardee. I don't know if you want me to describe the specific boundaries, Mr. Chairman, or just the towns that are included in each of the districts, but I can give you more detail if you like. District 2 includes Ione, Preston, and all of Comanche, trying to keep that all together.
What do you mean by Preston?
Oh, I was just identifying points on the map that were within the boundary, Preston Castle and that surrounding area.
Basically, that's just considered Ione.
Yeah. That's my ignorance, not just calling it Ione, sorry. District 3 the upcountry, includes Volcano and the Masonic Caves. I remember that was a question, at the last hearing. Homestead and Aqueduct Circle neighborhoods, Upper Fiddletown Road and the upper part of Lockwood, as well as Pioneer, Buckhorn, and everything to the east. District 4, we were trying to keep all of Pine Grove in District 4, but because of the way the districts were shaping up and then the population was coming out, we were unable to do that. District 4 includes most of Pine Grove, Sutter Hill, Sutter Creek, and Amador City. And District 5 includes Plymouth, Dry Town, Fiddletown, Dry Creek, Hale Road, and the lower part of Lockwood. You need more thorough descriptions, or does that help you see how we've put everything together? We did end up splitting some of the communities of interest as we had originally defined them. That included Pine Grove and Gala and Homestead, Grinding Rock, Loopy, Martell, Ridge, Volcano, and Warner, Warner Road. Those communities of interest get divided by main roads primarily, where we used, for example, using Pine Grove Volcano Road as a boundary between the districts. Any questions?
What is where you jutted out, the part we just talked about on the break? You follow 88 down and then you come across on what, Buena Vista Road?
For District 2, let's see, it follows 104 east from the Sacramento County line, so that's the north boundary. It goes around the top of Ione following the city boundaries, and then up 124 to, on Sutter Ione Road, comes south on Sutter Creek Ranch Road, and it meets the District 1 line at Highway 88, and goes down 88 to Jackson Creek, and then follows southeast to Buena Vista Road and all the way down to Pardee.
I think maybe it goes down to Jackson Valley Road, maybe, instead of Jackson Creek.
No,
It was close on, yeah, it was in that area on the map.
It could follow Jackson Creek.
Could it? Okay.
Which is,
I think that was where
close.
Jackson Creek crossed Highway 88.
So, yeah, so it looks like, so Jackson Creek and Jackson Valley Road would be pretty close.
Sure. Yeah.
I got what you did then, okay.
I think the boundary actually was closer to the creek than the road.
Okay.
You can see it zoomed up there.
as I told you, I prefer the line going the other direction up, and also I think there should be a buffer around the top of Ione there.
Right, and I understand why you would want that. We were trying to keep District 2 from having too much population, and it just, those were the places where we chose to draw the lines that can be done other ways.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is the second map in the board packet, so this is gonna be map 2. Is that everybody in agreement with that?
Okay,
So if we put it on the score sheet.
If I may, you might wanna have Ruslan put the communities of interest that are affected, because that's part of your scoring, or should be your part of the process of thinking about this. He took them off, and he's also going to show the percentages, which haven't come up yet, so you might want to use that as well.
I think one thing I looked at too, it had, over along the Ridge Road, it had District 5 going quite a ways into the Ridge Road. I would like to have seen that, maybe that line moved a little bit. District 4 line moved a little bit north along there. Trying to keep, so I think that area probably, is a little more of like a Pine Grove, Cedar Creek area than it would be, Plymouth District 5 area. And I guess the same would go almost that area kind of between Sunnybrook and Martell. There's a little area in there, probably a lot of those people in there, like kind of near Sunset West. They, I think, associate more of Jackson area.
So this chart shows in the first column of numbers the population in each district. So District 1 is 7,336, District 2, 7,574, District 3, 7,121, District 4, 7,630, and District 5, 6,931. And at the bottom, it shows the deviation, and the overall range in deviation is 9.5%. So we're within that 10%. Any other questions, Mr. Chairman?
Not at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, the next, committee map going to be what, do we want to do SBK, Bruce? And SBK is where classic.
What number are you gonna give them?
SBK Classic.
3, 4, 5. So that's number 5. Pretty sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bruce Baracco, District 4 representative on the advisory committee. This map was prepared by Katja Anderson, Stephanie Thompson, and myself. We call it the balanced map, and it also tried to take into account your direction for the classic look. So, Bruce, and if we could go to the numbers first, we'll show you what we mean by balanced. So we've tried to make the population equivalent in each of the 5 districts. So the overall deviation then is 1.43%. What this does do is allow you some wiggle room in your finite discussions and final determinations, but it doesn't give you carte blanche. So as we see the domino effect, you make certain changes in certain districts, then it gets pretty complicated. So back to any questions on the numbers? And back to the map. Let's start with District 3 Upcountry, because the major change there is that it does include a portion of Pine Grove. It includes the Pine Grove Community Service, the Pine Acres Community Services District, which is that area in orange that has now been added to District 3. So Pine Grove is, under this proposal, Pine Grove is split into 2 districts, District 3 and District 4. And then if you go north, Rusin, it goes up to, includes Lockwood. Well, it goes to the, it goes on up the ridge and includes, includes Amador Pines. That's that little portion that juts out into District 5 and makes up the rest of the district then to Kirkwood. District 4, if you want to look at that next, that does include the Pine Grove proper and surrounding areas. It comes down towards Jackson as far as Pioneer Drive in right off of this beginning of Climax and the Climax Ridge Road intersection. So there might be some wiggle room there. And then it also includes the corridor, which is between Ridge Road and Sutter Creek. It includes the south, you see the little jut to the south there, that is Ridgewood Drive. So that's included in District 4. And then that section between, on the east of Sutter Creek, between Gopher Flat Road, Shake Ridge, and Gopher Gulch, and back down along Sutter Creek Road. That's also included. It includes only the city limits of Sutter Creek, with the addition of that section, the Allen property adjacent to the bypass, and then north to Amador City, which includes the minimum number of parcel of census tracts needed to encompass Amador City and the intervening area to Sutter Creek. District 2 consists of the city of Ione and Comanche, and the area on the west side of Ione to the county line. District 1, because it has been moved westerly from the current configuration, then allows for extension to the west, pick up Pardee and Lake Amador, and a portion of the and half of the Jackson Valley. It also includes Martell, except for a small portion where District 4 drops down, and that's to make the intersection of Ridge Road and Highway 49 whole. And then District 5 does include Buena Vista on the south, and goes south of 88, not as far as the original proposal, and then up the corridor between Ione and Sutter Creek into Willow Creek, Drytown, Plymouth, River Pines, and Fiddletown, and then Lockwood to the east, up the Lockwood community of interest. Okay, so that's a grand tour. As I said, there's a little wiggle room. Volcano is so small that it could be placed in District 4, 5, or 3. Under this proposal, it's in District 5. And also in that Pioneer Drive area between Ridge Road and Highway 88, that could possibly be moved into District 1. Okay, so with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions, comments?
Running Gold, is that in Jackson?
Yeah,
Like
Running Gold has been placed in District 1.
Okay.
The only portion along the south of Ridge Road in District 4 is where the Amador Water Agency is, and a few residences along there that relate to Sutter Creek, and then further to the east, that Ridgewood Drive that I referenced, that's shown in blue.
Yeah, I thought I just wanted to make sure, because it seemed like a lot of those people kind of associate with Jackson.
Yeah, that was the purpose.
I do have some heartburn over District 5 going clear down into Buena Vista. I mean, they got good food at Buena Vista, but other than that, I don't be a little bit stretching District 5 quite a ways, I think.
Yeah, and granted that yeah, Buena Vista is a major issue because it includes over 500 people. When you add the Oaks Mobile Home Park, you're looking at about 540 in that one census tract, or the census tract surrounding, including, the Oaks.
Or you either go south or you go east to pick up that population. And I kind of agree that, I'm not sure that area belongs in District 5. I know you're trying to balance out the numbers.
Yeah, well, the committee members, we've done the fun job, and it's up to the board to figure out the details, so.
Well, it's fun 'cause you poke in here and it bulges out over there is the problem.
That is true.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. So next map would be, we have two from Dawn. Is Dawn? We have, let's do the November 15th one first, which is map number 6.
Now, the two from, okay, the Dawn, one would be the latest one that came in like the 18th, I
Yeah,
think.
that's gonna be number 7.
Okay.
This is 6, so we're gonna,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
I'm not sure I'm gonna be able to provide the level of detail that Bruce did. He knows the roads in the county a lot better than I do.
Pardon me, Mr. Dow, I have one question.
Yes, sir.
For county council. I think Dawn, November 15th, came from the advisory committee. Not that I care, but just I want to get things done right. The Dawn, November 18th, I don't think came from the advisory committee. Can we still look at it?
It's up to the board. If the board wants to review it, and consider it, then you can. It's
Actually, that was
on the screen. It's, been shared. It's being
I'm fine with
shared.
looking at it.
Yeah, that's one that I did from community input.
Okay.
It's actually, somebody requested that I make that map.
Yeah, I have no problem looking at it. I just want to make sure it's not going to cause a problem with the process down the road. So as long as council says it's fine, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Pardon me. So, thank you.
Yes, sir. Oh, no thanks.
Something else for it.
Anyway, this is my attempt at doing a map in the, classic mode that the board requested. As you can tell, District 5 has, expanded to around Ione, but my, intention was to include the Willow Creek community with Ione and not just end it to the north at the Ione city boundaries, as many of the maps have done. It also, in addition to including Willow Creek with District 2, it does include all of Comanche, which was, and the only way to, and as well as Buena Vista, the only way to do that, of course, would to give up the county line as part of District 2. And most of that area is certainly considered ag, either ag or mining, basically. And so I felt that District 5 was an appropriate place to put it, since Bryan has most of the ag areas in the county, including Shenandoah Valley and the farming areas around there. District 1 extends to the south enough to capture Pardee, but leave Buena Vista in District 2. And again, District 5 wraps around Ione and shows up there coming close to, I guess that's Pardee there, or Lake Amador, actually. This really kept all the communities of interest whole in this area. And if you can zoom out some. District 4, of course, which is the major point of interest for this exercise for most people, is mostly whole. I did lose part of the area of Pine Acres towards the McCollum watershed.
You can see that most of the communities of interest are encompassed within the District 4 boundaries. Unfortunately, Ridge Road, Middle Ridge Road is divided along the road, whereas the COI goes on both sides of the road. So there is some splitting of the Ridge Road, one of the 3 Ridge Road communities of interest. The cities of Amador City and Sutter Creek were expanded to include the environs around there, because I think many of the people, just because they live right over the city limits, don't necessarily disassociate themselves with the city. I think that's more appropriate than just drawing the lines right at the city limits. And what is that COI that's at the very top by Plymouth?
We're at?
Yeah, yeah, just south, yeah, that one, that is one of the few. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, Drytown. The Drytown COI loses, 47 people in one census tract, or not even that many. So that's a pretty minor split to the Drytown COI. Going up to District 3, the border there leaves the Dry Creek COI whole, which is a fairly substantial COI. Lockwood, of course, is split up, but as I have said in many meetings, there are 3 definitions of Lockwood that I know of. And the COI actually is limited by the census block size. And if we were to put up the either the fire protection district or the census designated place, it'd be substantially smaller than the COI for Lockwood. And I think this is, and as a member of the Lockwood board, I think this is appropriate. I think that to go any further west with Lockwood would impinge on Fiddletown's COI, and I think that should remain whole. This map does include Volcano in District 4, which I think there is an affinity between Volcano and Pine Grove, so I tried to keep them together. And then, as you can see, Pine Grove is mostly whole, which was one of the goals. Anyway, do you have any questions?
Board?
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. So this one comes in within 7.5% overall, and the closest it hits to 5% on any individual district is 4.2. So it meets the requirements of the 5% and 10% deviations.
Okay. You want to just touch on 7? I mean, your other map?
Oh, sure. Well, member of the community brought this concept to me as there's a feeling that the cities have their own city councils in place, and having each supervisor responsible for a city is somewhat redundant, because the supervisors are responsible for the unincorporated areas, not the incorporated areas. So there was a suggestion made to me, and I implemented it, of making a map where the 49 corridor becomes one district that encompasses Jackson, Sutter Creek, Martell, and Amador City. This leaves room for District 2 to contain more than just the city of Ione. It actually goes out and gets all of, Comanche. District 5 expands to the west and substantially to take up just about all of the ag area in the county, becomes smaller. It goes up as far as Fiddletown to keep the affinity between Fiddletown and Plymouth whole. And District 4 expands some to include all of the Pine Grove COIs, and as well as the area reaching down towards Jackson. And also it includes Volcano, which we've already stated has an affinity somewhat with Pine Grove. So it's just a different concept, a different way of looking at the districts, and leaving the 49 corridor whole with one county supervisor, and the unincorporated areas, I think, a little better represented. So if you have any questions about that, I'd be happy to try to answer them.
I think that's a common misconception with the relationship between supervisors and cities. It is true we don't have a say-so on what goes on there, but the interaction I represent right now, both Amador City and I own, and the interaction between a supervisor and those cities is sometimes very great.
I'm sure it is, and I'm sure it would continue.
We sit on numerous boards together, right, and make decisions affecting each other. So I think it's great if you want to put 3 cities in District 1.
District 1.
But I feel sorry for Supervisor Crew having to interact with 3 cities. That's a big job.
Thank you, Supervisor Forster.
Well, I think Pat's up to the task. If you chose this map, you've got plenty of maps at your disposal, and this is just a different concept for you to consider.
Yeah, the other thing
as someone as tasked with the committee to take citizen input, this was brought to me by someone who was serious and felt strongly that this would be a good map, and so I implemented it.
And that's fair enough.
And I think it is. I think it's just a different way of looking at county government.
Well, the other
and standing here, looking at that map behind you, that's a different way of doing it too.
The other thing you said is District 5 represents most of the ag. I think that's inaccurate. District 2 has a lot of ag in the Jackson Valley area going to the...
Oh, no, I know.
Let me finish, please.
Okay.
Jackson Valley area going to the west part of Amador County. There's a lot of wineries too. In, not like Shenandoah Valley, but there are a lot of wineries at this time in District 2. So, and the mining industry is saturated in District 2.
Exactly. I don't dispute any of that. But what I was saying is this map puts more ag into District 5, certainly not all of it.
I don't know if Supervisor Onetto would appreciate having to work with more towards the Comanche area too, but
I can work with anybody, but I will say I would love this map if I was playing the war game Risk. I'd be doing pretty good.
Yeah, well, this is actually congregating most of the low-density areas in the county into one district.
Yeah, and I think kind of what the board's looking for is everybody has an equal load, and that gives us basically equal ability to take care of constituents, really.
So as you can see, I did hit the 10% goal. Barely.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll tell you the other thing I don't like about that map is you're taking a district that's over 9,000 right now down to 7,163. So to me, it's a disservice to those people that are being served by a supervisor right now. I want to minimize the impact on the residents in District 2 as to being pushed out of District 2.
Well, as District 2 continues to grow, there was a feeling on the committee, and certainly I wasn't the one who vocalized it, somebody else did, but several people vocalized the opinion that they should minimize District 2 because it's going to be growing continually, and
And how do you,
I wouldn't agree with
know?
that.
It might be growing now a little bit, but District 5, I think, is prime to blow up in the next 10 years, population-wise.
well, I appreciate your crystal ball, and I think you may be right.
But I think we go by the numbers that we have in March of 2020, and we don't try to determine that District 2 is gonna keep blowing up in numbers.
No, I agree. We're not here to be doing future planning. We're here to be doing districts as they exist.
Exactly, as they are, which, you know, really, I think, Bruce did an excellent job with the previous map in getting his numbers to within 1.5%. I think that was a really good job, and I think that should be the goal, is to equalize them and not necessarily purposely make one bigger than the other, or smaller for that matter. Anyway.
All right, thanks, Don.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's any further questions. All right, Brian, final, 11/16/21. You wanna?
What number are you putting on this?
That's number one in the order, in the board packet, in my board packet.
Well, overall, what I tried to do was try to keep the districts as compact as I could, and taking in local, kind of like almost affiliations with different towns, different areas, the demographics, and had problems there. I'd like to, I know Pine Grove wanted to be kept as, they're pretty vocal, some of the people were there, they wanted to be kept as big as possible, so problem I ran into there is trying to make my numbers were low in my district and also in Jeff Brown's district, so District 5 and District 3, and trying to get those numbers up would gobble up a whole big bunch of Pine Grove. So I was trying to keep Pine Grove as big as I could. I tried to follow roads, or maybe possibly even creeks as far as boundaries. And I had some issues down there trying to keep the Willow Creek area in District 2, but I couldn't make the numbers work doing that. I split some of the COIs. A couple that come to mind were like Lockwood. There's really kind of no way to avoid that because Lockwood's just such a huge area. I tried keeping more of the upcountry in District 3 and following the roads like up there. I think that's, if you look at that top right and portion of District 5 and District 3 where they meet, I tried to use like Fiddletown Road and Shake Ridge Road as kind of like a divider in there. And I kept Volcano in District 3, pretty much all the COI. There's one little piece that may not be in the in District 3, but that part of the COI was kind of marginal if it's actually in the Volcano proper, what I'd call it. But you could call it Volcano, but you could also call that Shake Ridge area, Charleston area. So then the Warner Road area was split, and the split goes right along Pine Grove Volcano Road, and it seemed like a pretty logical place to put it. And that was named as a COI, but I don't think the people from one side of the road and the other side of the road really in that area care which district they're in. And use the road there for a boundary. So I was trying to keep logical boundaries. One problem I ran into over the years, you out talking to people, and they think, well, you say, well, they want to know what district they're in, and the boundary kind of runs out through no man's land. It doesn't follow a road or doesn't follow a creek, and it's really hard to tell people at times unless you can do electronically where they're at. They don't have a common feature, so I tried to keep major roads or streams as dividing boundaries. Moving on over Pine Grove area, I tried to keep the area around the Upper Ridge Road all in Pine Grove, because that's kind of, most of those people I think associate with Pine Grove. And then Jackson Rancheria, I think I kept that in with Jackson. And I kept running gold in with Jackson, and used it running, and then it went down the Ridge Road and kind of kept that as a dividing line and tried to keep Surrey Junction, that area, in District 4. I think they kind of associate more Sutter Creek, feel more in kind with that. And then reverse the course and going back to the east. I did split a COI, I think it's called Jackson Pines, possibly. There's one little chunk in there. I think I was trying to use, I think that's Clinton Road as a dividing boundary, so that there's 26 people in that one little COI, right, that part of the COI that got split up. And that area up around Clinton, a lot of those people, the reason I kind of drew the line along there like I did is there's a lot of old families in there, and even people that are residents, and they go to Jackson. That's just where they go. That's where they associate with real strongly. And so that's why I drew the line in through there like I did. And then going back down the Ridge Road towards Martell, there's one little area in there. I tried to put it in District 4. I believe it was, yeah, and the numbers wouldn't work out. I think it was like 11 residents. If we put those, actually, excuse me, I tried to put them in Jackson.
Yeah, but I think that's City of Sutter Creek right there, that 11.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. That's, no? No. You're right.
Anyway, I wanted to use the road as a boundary, but if I did that, the numbers would not work. So that's kind of why there's that little area across through there. I kept Sutter Creek whole and Amador City whole. And moving on down over towards like Ione area, like the town. I would have liked to have kept Willow Creek in District 2, but there's really, without causing some real carnage up around Pine Grove, I didn't see any way to really do it. And then down towards, I used the roads as far as trying to keep Comanche all in District 1. I believe I did. In District 2, excuse me. And I'd like to have had more of that area, down around that area in Ione. I mean, we're stuck at the 10% mark because I think there's some people in Ione that, for lack of a better term, they're kind of being almost displaced out of their districts, but Ione's grown. That's how it has to be. I did not split too many COIs. I can't remember off the top of my head how many there was, but there wasn't many that got split. I know it was Warner Road was one, Pine Grove was one, and I think Lockwood was one. And I think there may have been one or two more, but nothing really major. In basis, so looking at it overall, I think a lot of the communities that kind of associate with a town or an area, I think kind of tried to keep them in that supervisor's district, like around Jackson. You've got that area like down toward, right up, kind of like east of Sunnybrook. A lot of those people in there. So where it says District 2, the little square, just to right of that, a lot of those people in there, they really do associate with Jackson. And so they would not want to, I think they're Jackson or Ione, and I don't think they'd want to be Sutter Creek, but pretty much Jackson. So that's why I drew that up in through there. So pretty much, that's it. I'm a little bit close as far as a 10% mark. I think I'm like a 9.92, which I wish that was a little bit farther, a little bit smaller number, but that's the best I could come up with.
Okay, any questions, comments from the board? All right, let's go to Richard Patty, 102921. That's map number 3.
Okay. I'm not going to spend too much time on this. It's very similar to Supervisor Oneto's map. It was actually worked on with Ruslan by Patty Fisher-Mizuraka and Bob, my other committee member. sat down and gave input on it also. What I did is basically give District 5 most of the North County, including Upper Shake Ridge. And the reason is that's one big census block that goes off to the right. So it's very difficult to not include that whole thing. As we go down, I tried to preserve what I would call the South Clinton Road area in Jackson. I think those people identify more with Jackson. Tried to keep Pine Grove as whole as possible and include Sutter Creek and Amador City in District 4 with some buffer around Sutter Creek. I took what I call the communities of interest of South Willow Creek, which it's kind of funny there. People at the big curve in Willow Creek where the road work was done up by Vicini's feel like they're part of District 5. The people below that area all identify with Ione. And then I included the Payne Road Underwood Drive area as what I would consider a community of interest. There's not very many people there, and the reason that goes out and almost touches Sutter Creek and below Amador City is because that's one big census block with not a lot of people that reside in there. I like this because it gives a buffer around Ione. And I think myself, that's important to try to get those buffers around the cities if we can. And other than that, I think fairly similar to Brian's map, but I just made a couple changes. Coming out of Lake Comanche, North Shore, we preserved the area as one census block along the lake, and then we followed Comanche Road out of North Shore all the way up to Jackson Valley Road. I don't think these people are going to like it or understand it, but I think they're going to identify more with District 1 and not that they will like one supervisor or the other. There's just no rhyme or reason sometimes putting these maps together, but we tried to follow some lines that made sense, and still, we can pull up the numbers, still brought us within the 5 and 10%. And we're high on the 9.92%, but it meets the 10% standard. And going from 90, I think it's 93 now, down to 77.64 is, to me, a 8.7. So it kind of goes, meets the in-between and tries not to, in my opinion, tries not to just shred District 2 at one time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I missed what map number that was put down.
It's gonna be called map 3.
Map 3?
Yeah, map 3, for what it's worth.
Supervisor Forster, on yours compared to Brian, is running gold moved into 4? A dip down there.
I don't know, Ruslan, can you focus in on that? And all that is subject to change too. I expect all these maps to get massaged.
Running gold is in District 4.
So that, I know you feel that those people probably identify more with District 1, so
Well, they feel that way.
that's an area that could be massaged.
Yeah, probably can be, but the numbers are already big on District 1, and anyway, yeah.
Well, the other thing I see on, well, never mind. I'm looking at Brian's map and my map. You know, there's always room for change on this.
There might be places up East Clinton area also, that
Yeah,
could go into District 4.
I think that's an area where in between 1 and 4, some latitude could be given to moving some census blocks, if it makes sense, back into 4, out of 1.
Yeah, I'm thinking that, you can make swaps along the boundaries. Okay.
Supervisor Forster, I actually compared your map with Brian's map up there. So the hashed areas are the differences.
Yeah.
You know, could we maybe look at the area kind of up Highway 88, so it'd be kind of northeast area of, between me and Jeff? But, pardon me, Supervisor Brown. Can you show Highway 88 along there?
This keeps Volcano in District, 4, District 3, doesn't it?
Looks
What
like
in the
it's in
District
District
3?
5.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, I think Volcano's in District 3 on my map.
No, it's in District 5.
Yeah, but it could easily be moved from one to another.
Yeah, that could be
There's
changed.
not a
Well,
huge population there.
We're trying to follow the line there, so hopefully it's easy to move with the census blocks. I
It
think
is.
that would be,
Can be done.
Supervisor Brown, would that, what do you think?
The biggest problem I have with your map was just that, it's Amador Pines area, and, you know, the community of interest in that area. You know, you're splitting it right down the creek bottom down there, and that is one of the areas that I have a problem with. So,
Yep, those adjustments can be made.
yep.
I mean, that's what I was looking at earlier. That's the question I had also, because where's Highway 88 on there? Can you pull that up, Ruslan?
There. Hard to,
You zoom back so that we can see it.
Yeah, I want to see where we're up country, kind of the upper areas I'm looking at.
And then the boundaries are in the colors.
so the way I see that one is it's running right down the creek bed down there.
Well, that was,
Pines.
that was one of the things we were told to abide by, either go on roads or
understand.
go on creeks.
You can use both, either one.
Just it divides the community too.
Well, I can tell you that right now, I don't think all the communities of interest were identified, to tell you the truth, in the beginning.
Well, that may be, but, as it stands, communities of interest in these scenarios are going to be divided. I mean, anyway, are there any other questions or comments on this map? Okay, so why don't we put the last one up? That's, FX_BA2. That's map number 4. And tell you a couple of things. Now, this really is not a complete map for a number of reasons. There's tweaking that can be done. I started off trying to end up with 2 supervisors for Pine Grove. That was kind of see if I could make that happen. I actually started with Richard Patty as the starting map, although it changed. And then I turned it over to my appointee, Andy Byrne, who fiddled with it. So there are places that
I'm here.
I see that probably need to be changed. Happened.
Frank, if I'm,
Yeah.
I'm here.
Go ahead, Mr. Byrne.
Oh, you're here? Okay.
I'm on Zoom. I had my wife got a bug, so I didn't want to come in.
Good. Okay. Hold on. Hold that thought.
Mhm.
So let's bring the map up. So that's kind of the background of it, to see if we could have 2 supervisors. And I was thinking primarily supervisor from District 3 and 4 would share Pine Grove to some extent. And the main boundaries were going to be Pine Grove, Volcano Road, Aqueduct Road, and then Taboo. So Pine Acres would actually get split in this. There's a significant amount in Pine Acres, the southern part of it. That's a big chunk down by overlooking the canyon. So that kind of makes it work. Up by Amador City, I noticed that, between Amador City and, Highway 49, that probably should be absorbed into District 4. There's not whole lot there. So there's maybe 14 people there, or 26, I guess, on the map. So probably that needs to be added in there. So in principle, you could have 2 supervisors. Volcano, I think, my original map, it could have been in either District 5 or District 3. So it does not provide any buffer around the north part of Ione, but, that's there's a lot of population there. And I kept the detailed split that the District 2 supervisor came up for Comanche, because I don't really know that area as well as he does. So
South Willow Creek area is about 158 people. So
yeah,
that would still work.
potentially, yeah. Okay, so if we look at your map, I mean, it is a large number there. So anyway, that's neither here nor there. So that's a possible scenario, is instead of having 4 supervisors in Pine Grove or 1 supervisor, we've seen maps with 3. I tried 2, and you can, maybe make that work. I do want to say something, and I want to speak for a while before anybody gets too upset, because I kind of had an epiphany. But I think that, I can live probably with some of the maps that are here. But I think we're doing this contortionist exercise for one of the most obvious reasons. All the population growth occurred in District 2, in particular the city of Ione. And now District 2 has a huge population, and District 5, I guess, always had a paucity of population or dearth. And so therefore the maps always have District 5 so big and are shrinking District 2. And as a result, we're always compensating. And one thing that, we've always kind of kept is cities are sacrosanct and can't be split. Well, to me, it makes sense. Why don't we split Ione? Well, let me finish. Because give part of it to District 5, that would give him the numbers and allow a lot of the other communities of interest to be made whole. Ione has a city council. It would also allow Comanche to be fully whole, and a lot more flexibility. So it's kind of a little outside the box thinking, but we're compensating everywhere. And I know a lot of people, there's a lot of nice things you'd like to have, but a lot of districts are kind of being torn up quite a bit, especially District 4, which is right in the middle, because, well, it's in the middle. It doesn't have a hard boundary as a county line. So that's just a thought out there that would allow all of Comanche to remain, I think, in a district. That would give Supervisor Neto the numbers he needs, and that would allow Willow Creek to be part of still an Ione place. Admittedly, you're putting 2 cities, 2 major population centers into an area, but that's kind of where the numbers need to go. And that would allow a lot of other changes to occur in other parts of the map where, that's where we're trying to compensate for. So
I thought that was kind of a cardinal rule to begin with, that the cities were they were their own community of interest.
well, they are a community of interest, but why are cities more important than other communities of interest?
Well, the cities are incorporated, the other areas are not.
Yeah, so they have their own representation. They have a city council.
I know where you're coming from, Frank.
And one city, decided to grow a lot too. I mean, that was.
Go to Ione and tell them they're part of District 5, you're gonna get not no, but hell no.
I mean, I see where you're coming from, Frank, and give them more flexibility, but
It would.
I think I think it'd be a pretty hard thing to do. I mean, I understand your thought process.
Hey, it would make the numbers work out, and it's really not gonna impact me that much.
The other thing Supervisor Axe is, those people on the bottom, the one census block on the lake, North Shore, they are, I don't care, we can put them in District 1 or wherever they want to go, but they feel that's a strong community of interest. That's why I started at the Comanche Road out, because basically, I've been representing that area, including the water agency, for 29 years now. And the people from Comanche Road East, I think a lot of them will tell you, I'm not Comanche, I'm my own, or I'm Buena Vista.
Right.
They do not consider themselves part of Comanche, most of those people to the east of Comanche Road.
Well, you would be able to, if you split Ione, you'd be able to keep Comanche and Buena Vista all in.
If the board wants to split Ione, I'm happy with it, but I'll tell you, I don't have too much sympathy for Pine Grove. If we can get the numbers down as representing supervisors, because the way these people are gonna look at it now, they're gonna call me for issues, and yet they're gonna have 3 supervisors representing.
I'll say this, Frank, it's not a bad thought, but I don't think I like it.
Okay. All right. Well, sometimes you have to, just throw things out there, whether they're popular or not. Don, did you want to say something?
Don Dowell. In regards to your idea of splitting Ione, AB 849 is very clear that incorporated cities should not be split, but they have the same prohibition to splitting that as they do to census designated places, of which Pine Grove is one. So they are absolutely equal under the law, and the only difference is people's opinions. They are equal under the law. Pine Grove, there is the law doesn't make some sort of carve out for incorporated cities that they don't make for census designated places. So they're equal. And the difference is that Ione has strong representation in Supervisor Forster, and Pine Grove, the representation is diffused by it being carved up. It's really the only difference.
Right. Well, also, Ione does have a city council, as other cities do too. Okay, so public comment is, does the public want to say anything about these 7 maps?
Frank, this is Andy Byrne.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on the maps, that I find it interesting that it is extremely important to keep cities intact. Yet when we talk about Pine Grove, everybody seems to be on board with just chopping it up. And I've seen that repeatedly. We've also haven't done any numeric decisions on, I actually went through and counted pretty much how many people are affected in each map. And again, it would take more work to suss it out, but we haven't done any actual comparisons on the merits of the numerical merits, the criteria that we've been supposedly been using. Boundary lines, I mean, there's maps that have boundary lines that literally just drive up and down Ridge Road in and out. Not using like the map that you're working from, that I helped you on, uses Sutter Creek as a boundary for District 4, which is a really easy, simple, straightforward explanation to tell people which district they live in. The other thing is that when Pine Grove is being split up in many of the maps, there's sections that are placed into District 5 that you can't get to from District 5. You can only get to them from Ridge Road. And I just see this all over the map. It's most important, apparently, to make sure that District 2 is kept the way District 2 wants to be kept. And then we'll just draw the lines wherever else it takes to make that happen. And you can tell this has been a frustrating process for me. So I'll just leave it at that.
You know, I take a little bit, this is Supervisor Neto, I take a little exception to what you said, Mr. Burns. If you look at my district numbers and District 3's numbers, they're pretty low.
Yep.
They're about as low as I can make them. And the reason why they're low is I was trying to keep Pine Grove as whole as possible. So it's not like nobody's ever looking at Pine Grove. We're all trying to beat up in Pine Grove. That's not correct. And you've been saying that for a long time, a lot of meetings. And at the advisory committee meetings, as a supervisor, I'm not supposed to speak, so I kept my mouth shut. But I just want to make that point out there. We're doing the best we can on it. I understand you have your right of your opinion. I don't agree with your opinion. I don't think it's correct. I've looked at Pine Grove, tried to keep it whole as possible. If you look at my map, there's an area down called Willow Creek, which Richard would like to have. It's not in Richard's district in my map because trying to keep Pine Grove's numbers as good as they could. So Richard's district's gotten chopped up a lot in this process. He's not real happy about it, but I haven't heard him lobbying complaints at other people over the process. So that's just something I wanted to put out there.
If I may
Okay, is there
respond.
any other? Sorry, go ahead, Andy.
It's interesting that areas like in District, I keep hearing that in District 2 that these areas really align with District 2. Yet we see areas way up country that are being combined with District 5, which isn't a natural fit. The fact that Pine Grove and Sutter Creek are lumped together, also not particularly a natural fit. We're using it because of the political decision that Sutter Creek has to have its own district. And I think that's a political decision. I don't think it's a tactical decision. In fact, many of the maps that draw Pine Grove together are like a dumbbell. There's a Pine Grove and then there's Sutter Creek, and there's just finding a way to keep them connected. I just don't think that's the proper way to approaching a redistricting process. Thank you.
Well, there are issues with combining two major cities into one map or one district, because culturally, I think all the cities are different. And I think that it's just going to lead to some problems. I mean, having Jackson and Sutter Creek in the same district, I think they have a rivalry that goes way back, even though they're separated by a few miles. And I think that's one of the problems that we see. So yes, Pine Grove in most of these scenarios is having some division. Can we limit it to 2? Because now Comanche and Buena Vista are now being divided, and then there are other areas in the upcountry where the District 3 and 5 meet. So a lot of districts are going to have to kind of just accept the fact that they can't have the perfect district and everybody complete, especially if we want to try to accommodate some of the other changes. So that's the game we're playing here.
I think,
I'd say that was very well said, Frank.
Your map for District 4, there's only a 300-person difference between yours and our map we put together.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of there can be some
Started with your
massaging,
map.
but I'll tell you, I think one of the basic issues, and if you want to call it political, the lobbying started from day one of the redistricting committee that Pine Grove's got to have one supervisor. Right. You want to call that political? I do.
I don't feel
I will say, what you said, Frank, I think you laid it out very well. I mean, I agree with what you said.
Yeah. Every time I looked at drawing a map, I knew I made somebody happy, and I knew I made other people unhappy. So,
sometimes you make them all unhappy.
Yeah. But are there any other public comment at this point? Is there
Yeah,
any
we are
other?
starting to get other public comment.
Okay, why don't we get the public input?
Mr. Chairman, members of the Board of Supervisors, Robin Peters, thanks for your time today. I just want to point out one thing that certainly hasn't come up in a while, and it seems like a pretty obvious point that should be made when we're talking about how many supervisors should represent Pine Grove. And if I could ask Ruslan to put the current district map up, it would help make this point. If you could zoom into the Sutter Creek area, the general vicinity of Sutter Creek. And could you turn the city limit of Sutter Creek on, please? So while we discuss how many supervisors represent the Pine Grove area, I think it's gone unnoticed that the city of Sutter Creek is touched by 4 supervisorial districts in the current map. And if anyone really believes that the Sutter Creek COI is simply the city limits of Sutter Creek, well, they don't understand the Sutter Creek area. With any community of interest, with any community, with any incorporated city, the community of interest, those people that feel associated with the city, expands beyond the corporate boundary of the city. And that's certainly true in Sutter Creek, it's true in Jackson and of the other incorporated cities. So as we're discussing the number of supervisors that should represent Pine Grove, I'd also like a discussion of the number of supervisors that should be representing the general vicinity, that community of interest that may not be shown on the map, but is real nonetheless around Sutter Creek. And I think the conclusion here is that the number of supervisors representing Pine Grove should not be driving the bus as you're preparing these new maps. Thank you.
Hey, Robin.
Okay.
That's food for thought.
Any other public comment?
Thank you. We do have a comment via Zoom. Ms. Evatt, I believe. Please go ahead when ready.
Okay.
Hi, this is Catherine Evatt, Volcano area resident. I live on Shake Ridge Road west of Daffodil Hill and in the Lockwood Fire Protection District. I live about a half a mile from one of Lockwood's fire stations. Now, people who live on my part of Shake Ridge Road west of Daffodil Hill identify with Volcano, Pine Grove, and Sutter Creek. We have very, very little to do with Plymouth and very little to do with Fiddletown, yet we keep being put into District 5 as if we have, some common interest with the people in the Shenandoah Valley and in Plymouth. So I wanted to make that comment. I had a question that I'd like verification of. I heard that the committee was asked to look at a map overlay that showed the location of each sitting supervisor's home. Is that correct?
No? Can anybody answer that?
I can take my answer later if nobody wants it on the record, but I'd like to hear it on the record.
Hold on, Catherine.
That occurred during a committee discussion with respect to one map as it related to that one map, and it was only as a purpose of showing what supervisors could look at had all the other requirements and criteria been met for developing a map. It went no further than that.
Okay, thank you. I have one other question, which is, of the 7 maps that you're reviewing today, how many of them keep the sitting supervisors in their existing district?
That's a good question. I believe some keep them all in their respective districts, but I wouldn't say all of them do.
Did I get
Those
someone
details
figure-
would have to be looked at. I don't know where some of my colleagues live. Yeah, Supervisor Cruz is always in his district.
I gotta tell you on,
That's
you know-
clear. I guess my concern here is that trying to keep the current elected officials in their own district really isn't, consistent with what appears to be the purpose of the new redistricting Fair Maps Act. And the fact that it's being considered at all, you know, is understandable, but it ought to be transparent. And if that is a criteria, y'all ought to make that clear and in your voting and in your redistricting. I'd also like to say that I appreciate Supervisor Axe's comment on splitting the city of Ione, because if you can split the community of interest that constitutes Lockwood, or the community of interest that constitutes Pine Grove, or the census designated place rather that constitutes Pine Grove, why can't you split the city of Ione? And you know, District 5 is not very densely populated, and it seems that the way to make up the population is to go up into always the upper Shake Ridge Road area, where most people have very little to do with the central core of District 5. And so I think making adjustments, further adjustments to District 2 in order to gain that population in District 5 makes a certain amount of sense. Thank you.
Yes, Supervisor Forrester?
in all of these maps, I mean, the maps we put together, me, Patty, and Bob, the communities of interest were looked at, including those communities of interest that were missed along the way. But I gotta tell you, regarding Catherine's comments of where people feel like they belong, no matter how you slice it, a big portion of District 2 is gonna be in District 1. And that's gonna be Jackson Valley Fire Protection District is gonna be on two different districts then. Jackson Valley Irrigation District is gonna be in 2 districts. It's gonna happen all over the county. I don't like it. Catherine doesn't like it. There's not much we can do about it. We have to try to equalize the numbers as best we can. You know, I appreciate Supervisor Axe, what you said about splitting Ione. I don't think it's the right thing to do, and I disagree that there's other communities of interest out there that are stronger than those incorporated cities. They would not understand at all in Ione if they were split into 2 districts. If the board chooses to do that, that's up to the board.
Okay, any other public comment from people here? Come on up to the podium.
Morning.
Morning.
Good afternoon. I'm Joanne McLaughlin. I have no interest in any of the cities, but I was able to read Chuck Beatty's November 17 memo to the board, and it indicates on paragraph 2, the extent practical, the geographic integrity of any local neighborhood or local community of interest shall be respected in a manner that minimizes its division. And I thought, well, that was a good statement, and I have no idea what the conflict is with Pine Grove or Ione. But then in paragraph 3, he reestablishes, to the extent practical, the geographic integrity of a city or census designated place shall be represented in a manner that minimizes its division. And that was to the supervisors. I just read this last night for the first time, but it seemed like it's answered the problem of splitting towns. And it seems like one of the maps integrated those towns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other public comment here? Any other Zoomers?
Not at this time.
Okay, so I'll bring it back to the board. What's everyone's feeling at this point?
I'll start. I think there's 3 maps here that are similar, and always they'll need some massaging. But 1, 3, and 4 are the maps that I look at as being most similar, in need of massaging, and I would I don't want to say kick out, because there's been a lot of work and effort put in these maps, and I appreciate everything that's been done, but I think you have to pare it down at some point, so I would take 2, 5, 6, and 7 out of the picture.
Okay. Supervisor Neto?
I would agree with that.
Supervisor Brown?
I'm looking at, 1, 3, and 5. That would,
So just a reminder as to where we are in the process. So we've got one more public hearing, and at the end of the public hearing, which is gonna be on December 7th, a special board meeting, the, board will need to decide which maps they want to publish, and then we will publish those maps. And then on the December 14th meeting, you will choose between those maps with no changes. So we can make changes up until the 7th, and then, no more massaging.
All right. Supervisor Crew?
I had 1, 3, but I also, had a tie between 2 and 4, so
I mean, which 2?
2 and 4. Just by numerical.
So far, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
But I've had to break.
Well, I would tend to go with, Supervisor Forrester's, which was 1, 3, and 4, because, actually, my map is kind of a derivative of his work product in a way, so. Trying to have 2 people in Pine Grove, 2 supervisors. I thought, well, you know, that's a compromise, and I believe in compromise, so. Can't necessarily have, you know, and as a result, down in Comanche, there's gonna be 2 supervisors, and, you know, kind of in the North Country, there's gonna be places where there's 2, so that was kind of the feeling, but, you know, maybe we can take these maps and kind of tweak them a little bit to, try to accommodate some of the other concerns that were raised.
Yeah, I like 1, 3, and 4. I've got a little problem with 5, because it takes me way down in Ione, like the Buena Vista area. I got some heartburn over that.
I like map 2, but like I said, I'm more of the, going up the, Comanche Road as the defining boundary. To me, that seems to make more sense.
I could live with 1, 3, and 4 as the semifinalists.
Mr. Chairman, are we taking public comments?
Well, we can. We were before, but, yeah, someone wants to speak?
We have Ms. Evett on the line. Please go ahead when ready.
Go ahead, Catherine.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine at Volcano. My question is whether you're going to actually score all 7 of these maps against the legal criteria for compliance, or whether you're going to narrow it down and then score them. And if you're selling out maps you don't like without scoring them, what's the rationale for that?
We've already scored them, haven't we? They meet the criteria. Yeah. And that's without any massaging.
I mean, do you have a numeric scoring where you go through each of the 5 mandatory criteria and rank each of them?
We did that electronically with Ruslan in his office.
Well, just looking at the score sheet we have here, I would imagine almost every map would get the same score on contiguous, respect city boundaries. Within the 5 to 10% differential, uses identifiable boundaries. Well, yeah, that's a bit of subjective.
Well, I mean,
Respect community of its interest boundaries. I think every map is gonna have some problem there.
question
Well,
for Greg.
My point here is normally in an analytical exercise, it's not a yes, no, meets or doesn't meet criteria. It's ranked on the degree to which something meets criteria, and I would urge you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's not a requirement. You don't have to pick the map. Think scores the best. A lot of things, like even what a community of interest really is kind of subjective. You may not agree with what a committee or some people think is the true community of interest.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, if the census, my understanding is the census designated place of Pine Grove is relatively small, but the community of interest is very big. So, maybe that's not the true community of interest. Maybe it is, I don't know, but there's no requirement that you allocate a score to each one and then pick the one that was the highest one. They have to, you have to comply with the categories, all of which say to the extent practicable, like was read, you shouldn't, split cities or communities of interest. Obviously, there are situations where it might have to happen.
And I think, the board's talked about the maps, the advisory committee's talked about the maps. We've looked at the pluses, the minuses, the issues we see. I mean, and it's been done openly in these meetings. Am I happy with everything? Of course not. I mean, and, Pine Grove's had issues for quite a while. Richard, I feel sorry for him and the people in his district because they're getting roughed up. There's no way around it. And Robin Peters brought up a very good point. What about Sutter Creek in the area, the greater Sutter Creek area? I mean, we can kick this can all over this room and you're still going to have issues any way you look at it. But just try to make them as least you can. And at some point, make a decision and go forward. And I think that's where we're going. So.
I agree with Chairman Axe that compromise of getting 2 supervisors in the greater Pine Grove community of interest is probably a noble effort, that you're going to put 3 in the old District 2. And really, the drive to have a single supervisor representing you is great until he disagrees with you. If you have 2 and you can get them to agree to represent your issue, then you're only 1 vote from getting things handled. So 4 is chaos, I'll give you that. 3 is probably, it'd be difficult to get anyone to agree on 3 things, but to have 2 supervisors is really not such a bad thing in my view.
And trying to remain rational through this whole thing. I got to tell you, this is a very emotional experience for me. I've represented these people first on the water agency for 8 years and then as a supervisor for 21 now. And I guess it gives me some solace that most of these people are still going to pick the phone up and call me, no matter what happens first. But still, it's nothing, it's nobody's fault that it happened. It's just the movement of people in Ione, and we have to compensate for that somehow.
Okay, so where does this place us? Do we want to focus on derivatives of 1, 3, and 4?
Yes.
I think that's where I'm at.
Would that be acceptable for this body to look at these in more detail and maybe have, try to keep in mind certain...
I don't know what we do from here because, in my opinion, the redistricting committee has done their job now. We've narrowed it down. I appreciate all the time and commitment from the redistricting committee, including our staff that have committed time to it. It's been a horrendous effort, and I think it's helped us to examine the different areas and try to come to a decision that makes sense. But where do we go from here, Greg? I mean, is each supervisor going to meet with Ruslan again and try and refine what they think is the best thing? It's going to be pretty hard to narrow that down at the last meeting.
You're gonna have to get to a point where you can, as a board, have at least one map to vote on. That, it's a requirement that the map you vote on ultimately has been published in advance.
Well, we have.
So you'll have to either today or at the special meeting, work through, maybe you can, I don't know if it's possible to work through a map as a group, or pick a map and change it. Talk about the changes, the swaps that you're discussing.
Right.
Now, you said do it as a group. I mean, we can't do it outside of a public.
You have to do it as a meeting.
We have to do it on December 7th, yeah.
Unless, because if you all do separate maps and you come back and you have the same issue as today where there's little changes, you're gonna have to finalize those changes. You're gonna have to finalize at least one or multiple maps that you will then vote on, one of those.
Well, this is a short week, so it's gonna be tough, but maybe next week, board members can sit down with Ruslan, and go through some of the maps, and maybe Ruslan can show differences, do the difference maps between those three, so we can see where they're the same and where they're different, and focus on those areas that are different. And then
I think we have some common themes, though, that came up today.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to decide on today a couple things. Supervisor Crew would like running gold in District 1.
That was my only problem with map number 3, to be honest with you.
So is that something I think we need to look at something like that and see if we want to agree with it. And if so,
What
it
the
gets,
population numbers are, how that works, that's the big determining there.
yeah. But another common theme for me is I'd like to see the South Willow Creek area, that census block, kept in District 2. I think those people clearly identify with Ione. And there's some people that they're gonna really scream because they feel their heart's in Ione. So a lot of those people out there went to Ione Elementary School, went to Ione High School. They clearly identify with Ione.
I understand that, Richard. It's something I tried doing mine. I couldn't figure a way to make it work. One problem I have with your map, the Richard and Patty map, is you've got me going way up into like the Amador Pines area, and that's.
Well, that's one big census block. Ruslan, that area that goes Upper Shake Ridge, that was one big census block, wasn't it?
Just highly populated.
Can we show that on here?
Because, one thing I was thinking, it might be a long meeting, but maybe we could talk about some of the issues right now.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah.
Maybe you can bring up the Richard Patty map and sort of.
That's what he's trying to do.
Okay.
I'm here till 8 o'clock tonight. I mean, we're looking at population. It was, you either go down and pick up the Oaks or you go up Shake Ridge.
Yeah, quick question, Greg, if we want to spend a lot of time working on this, would it be possible maybe to hold this over today and then come back to it in maybe a couple hours and get the rest of the meeting done?
I mean, basically adjourn this item and go back to the other things?
Maybe working this for a little while, but there's probably people who have items they want to have heard, and I would like to be able to work on this for maybe a couple hours and kind of maybe get through a lot of the weeds and get something when our next meeting comes up. We're not coming into it almost cold with a lot to do. In the next meeting might still be some issues, but that gives time to really think about what the real issues, if we got down to a few, what they are.
But we could have we could have, some other issues covered, maybe break for lunch, finish our other agenda items, and then start up with this again?
You could do that. I think you can do that, or you could schedule a separate workshop on a separate time or date in between.
Time is kind of a problem, because next week, two of us will be gone next week. So time is becoming a problem.
You know, I guess maybe if I ask how many people are here for the redistricting meeting, that's why you're here. How about a show of hands? Oh, we got quite a few here.
I'd like to do as much as we can today. I know it'll make a long meeting, but.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
we are gonna meet again on the 7th when we have to vote on the map, right?
right.
But we've actually accomplished what we set out to do if we hypothetically pick 1, 3, and 4 to fine tune and bring back.
Right.
I mean, you can beat this horse forever, there's always opinions, but I would like to see how people ranked. Did we have a consensus of which one they liked the best?
Know what I'm gonna like.
Well,
I like mine, of course.
well,
I like Brian's also, or Supervisor Neto.
I like Richard's.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I, by inference, indicate that the committee has been formally excused at this point?
That takes care of that idea.
Thank you very much. We've enjoyed working with you.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay.
Actually, I think I've said it before. I'll say it again.
Thank you.
Mr. Sweet, I think you did a very good job as chairman of the advisory committee. So I thank you for that. It's well done.
Me too, Keith. I'll chime in on that. I hate to say herding cats, it was more like herding dogs, because, there were a lot of strong opinions on that committee, and I think you kept it on an even keel.
Well, I do think we need to kind of move forward with the rest of the meeting. We can continue this, potentially talk about it later.
You could do that, or just think, as Mr. Supervisor Crew mentioned, you could do that at the meeting on the 7th that you have.
Okay.
Work through, and then, pick a map or maps to then bring back on the 14th, that you will vote on one of those maps.
That's the only agenda item for that meeting, correct?
On the 14th? On the 7th, yeah.
So we can hack, and that's gonna start at 9 or 10?
10:30.
30, okay.
So 2 hours then might be more productive than hashing through 2 hours more today when we have
Yeah.
other agenda items.
Okay.
Richland, can you meet on Thursday? I think so.
So, can we, move to close the public hearing?
Are we closing or continuing?
Well, you'll schedule the next meeting will be another public hearing.
Yeah.
Those have
Separate public hearing.
Those have to be advertised, each public hearing? So they have been?
Yes, that's correct. They have been published each time.
I'd move to close the public hearing.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Crew and a second by Supervisor Neto to close the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and,
And one nay.
there's no motion at this point. You wanna keep it going? Okay, but you'll be here the 7th, right?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Ooh.
Okay,
I
well, you
talked
can
to
zoom,
after.
you can zoom in. All right. So, I think we're done.
Could we just review which three maps you're gonna be, working on?
1, 3, and 4.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Good. Close the public hearing, but can I ask Supervisor Brown, you indicated on my map that there was something you want to change Since I
You've
can't
eaten
talk
up
to you
more of
outside
my-
this meeting about it.
You've eaten more of my district up by widening out the finger that rolls into, Amador Pines. That's what I was trying to get at, is that the people in the high country is also a community of interest, and so now you've widened it and put me down more into the Clinton area. So that was dividing that.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm gonna try to work, because you and I are gonna be gone next week, I'm gonna try to work with Ruslan tomorrow. You're gonna be around tomorrow? Try to work with him to achieve some of the goals to satisfy them.
Please.
Okay, so we had a Board of Equalization time certain. Should we do that one real quick? So let's do 7A. This is a stipulation.
Three stipulations.
Jeff? Yes. You want to tee this up for us, Jeff?
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Jeff Himmelman, Assistant Assessor. The first item, the coal, T.S. Jackson, Tractor Supply. They appeal every year. This year we took a look at their value and decided that they had asked for a reduction of $100,000. We took a look at it, and we agreed that it was a little bit, there was some room to work there. So, to the 5732595.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Can we take these all together? Okay. Yes. All right. So why don't you take us to the next two?
Yeah, so the next two is the Kmart property.
Mhm.
You know, that property's been vacant for a very long time. We did a, income approach analysis, after speaking with, the agent that, has it available for lease. And, we came up with 4.8 for that property.
The problem,
Trying to sell it, is that their asking price?
It's not for sale,
Oh, it's not?
no.
Okay.
They're trying to get it leased at 75 cents a square foot. The 4.8 million we arrived at, uses the 75 cents per square foot, and a 17% cap rate, which is higher and typical for more, distressed properties and vacant for a long time.
yes, that's my only problem with it, is they want to reduce their assessment on it, but they're not willing to lower the price on the property to sell it. I guess, I don't know what their goal is, because a lot of people say, why does that property sit there? It can be used for homeless, it can be used for hydroponics or anything, but these people seem just intent on sticking to their guns and not lowering the price.
Well,
Yet we're gonna lower the assessment.
Well, the 75 cents a square foot that arrives at the 4.8 million, that's what they're trying to, occupy the building at that rate. So,
What is the asking price for the building?
it's not for sale.
Okay.
It's not for sale, so they're trying to get it leased at that rate.
I thought that's what you said.
So at that rate, when you, use the income approach to calculate the market value of that revenue stream that building would generate, at 75 cents a square foot, and using 17%, we have to use a higher cap rate because, that thing's been vacant for a long time. It needs some work. Like, that's fair. You know, it's not, you know, they're seeking to get 75 cents a square foot, and it's vacant. So it may be somewhere lower than that.
Now, is that realistic, though, in this market in Amador County?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jason Chen. I'm the commercial appraiser that worked on it. Essentially, the 75 cents is what they are offering. And then what we do is do a market approach, see what other vacant properties at the big box retailers, see what they would lease it at. Since it's distressed It's in poor condition, it's empty. That's what they're asking for. That's what we came up with. I know it's an empty property, it's not, they're not selling it. And there may be other reasons behind it. They may have multiple properties, and this is where they're write-offs, or they're holding out for something better. But based upon what we think that if they were to put this on the market, it would probably sell at 4.8. That's only an estimate. It could be higher, it could be lower, and I've always told people, if I knew exactly what something would sell for, I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be a very wealthy man.
But they're not putting it on the market, they're letting it become more dilapidated and fall apart. And at some point, because they want to rent it, they're gonna have to put tenant improvements into it and invest a lot of money back into it.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why it's at 75 cents. I estimated that the property here in Amador County, if it was a big box like a Lowe's or a Walmart building, it would probably lease for $1 to $1.25. So at 75 cents, it is a discount relative to a market value. If the property was in average condition and there was a tenant like a Walmart or a Tractor Supply in there. So that's why there's a reduction in what we estimate as the lease price.
I guess I'm just angry because it's in District 2 and they haven't talked to me. At least right now. All right, thank you.
You're very welcome.
And the two stipulations are for the same property for different years?
Correct.
Okay. So there are 3 stipulations. Do we want to
Take them as one?
take them as one, or do we want to,
You want to take any public comment first?
yes, we do.
There's no public
We want-
comment on Board of Equalization.
Okay, or do we want to consider
Move to approve the stipulations,
all 3?
all 3.
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Forrester. Are we supervisors on the Board of Equalization? Directors? Okay, board member, supervisor, second by Supervisor Crew, by Director, Board Member Crew. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
And thank you, I forgot your name. Jason, yes, thank you. All right, item 6B, Planning Department, request for zone change.
So, Ruslan Breton. So this is a request for a zone change for portions of 2 properties from the R1 single-family residential district to the C2 heavy commercial district, for a combined acreage of 0.74 to establish uniform zoning. And I think the applicant is on Zoom if you have any questions. But essentially, the total acreage is 4 acres, 0.74 of which is zoned R1. The general plan designation for the property is Regional Service Center, which is compatible with both R1 and C2. So that's fine there. And this zone change will allow for an additional permitted uses and conditional uses for that new acreage. So currently, right now, the rest of the property can have these uses, but with this zone change, this additional 0.74 acres will have the privilege or the permitted uses of the by right uses of wholesale service and storage uses, retail outlets and offices, business and personal service uses, service stations, repair garages, mini warehouses, emergency shelters, and transitional/supportive housing. So those are by right uses. And conditional uses would include drive-in uses, including theaters, outdoor areas, nurseries, boat docks, etc., lumber and building materials yards, sale, rental, repair, and storage of new or used autos, trucks, trailers, etc., nurseries, garden supplies, or vet hospitals or clinics. However, since it is within under the airport land use area, there are, restrictions on number of people per acre, but, that was reviewed during the preliminary review. So after TAC reviewed it, the Technical Advisory Committee reviewed it for environmental review and completeness. Then the Airport Land Use Commission reviewed the project for a consistency finding with both the current adopted 1990 Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, as well as the draft plan. And they found it, or they had no technical objection to the Planning Commission recommending approval. And subsequently, the Planning Commission also recommended approval of the zone change. So following a public hearing, your first action would be to decide on the adequacy of the environmental document proposed to be a negative declaration, and then you would decide to either approve or deny the zone change. And if you approve an ordinance to change the zoning of the affected parcels, the findings and staff report and conditions below are recommended for inclusion.
That abrogation agreement, so there has to be an abrogation agreement recorded on the property prior when the zone change occurs?
I believe even if you would wish to construct on that current part, that's zone C2, that would still be a requirement.
So, Ruslan, the negative declaration, does that mean no environmental review is being done?
Environmental review was done, a CEQA initial study. It just, if there's something that, you know, an impact that's deemed potentially significant, but you can mitigate it to a less than significant level, then it would be a mitigated negative declaration. In this case, there were no impacts evaluated or noticed or seen that would require mitigation.
Well, it seems to me that that particular area and some of the uses that I've heard and, you know, it's just traffic. So was that studied in this?
So the study only looked at the 0.74 acres that would be changing, not the rest of the property. That's not the project.
So what's the rest of the property zoned as then?
Heavy commercial.
It's already commercial?
Yes.
So they're adding in another 0.74?
Correct.
To be consistent.
Correct.
Be consistent, but on that 7.4, was any traffic study done or consideration?
It was considered. It was looked at. We looked at the general plan, EIR, and in relation to this project and the impact, the change in impacts that causes, but it's less than significant.
But it's what?
Less than significant.
That's probably one of the heaviest travel corridors in the county, and seems to me that, no, I'm not against developing the area. It's just you know, what kind of impact's going to occur, and are we going to mitigate it?
And that was part of the difficulty in doing an environmental review for this, because you kind of have to ignore, well, the project itself is that small portion that's being zone changed into C2. So that is already heavy commercial, and it can already be built by right uses. So the environmental review is looking at the addition of that 0.74 and how much of an impact that is.
Okay, but did it really look at the traffic? In that review, did it look at traffic?
Yeah, so part of the environmental review process is the application gets sent to Caltrans, it gets sent to internal agencies, Transportation, Public Works. So everyone, they all reviewed it, and they offered, or they reviewed it during the environmental review.
And their conclusion was?
They did not, I don't believe they offered any comment.
Guess I'm looking here, transportation, traffic, less than significant impact. Click with a program plan. Results of inadequate emergency access, less than significant impact. And the other one's no impact.
If I can just add, Deputy County Counsel Glenn Spitzer, if I can just add a few comments about this. One of the big issues is that because traffic was analyzed with regard to the general plan EIR, one of the issues here, because this zone change was contemplated in the EIR, was whether there is qualifying new information. And so these traffic impacts have been analyzed in that EIR. And so the issue here is there new information that would require an additional analysis? And this goes to one of the findings, or a couple of the findings here, that there's no substantial new information, which was not known at the time of the general plan EIR certification. This supports findings of new or more severe impacts than those addressed in the general plan. So I just...
What did they find in the general plan then?
The general plan found certain impacts related to traffic, that can be found at section, I'm just going to state this for the record. That is 4.14-10, page 10, sets forth analysis of certain traffic corridors. And so they analyzed it, and in that EIR, many of the corridors, they were deemed to have significant impacts or not. And so, so then there may be significant impacts, but we've already assessed that and mitigated for it where appropriate with respect to that general plan EIR.
So how did we mitigate for it back then?
There is, what is this, the impact? There's a number of mitigation measures in the EIR. I can just refer you to that section, 4.14. Maybe you can probably. It's going to increase traffic levels, so an impact was determined, generally, not just for this particular corridor. And then a number of mitigation measures, which I don't know if you want me to go into detail about all that right here, but all those mitigation measures are set forth in that section that I'm referencing at chapter 4.14.
Because I would imagine that property, it's not just Highway 49, but, you know, which is a pretty large section there, but also Jackson Gate Road will probably be impacted with any kind of development. I mean, I understand that, but is there something we can do to help fix that or lessen its severity? And are we just not paying attention to that?
Well,
wouldn't part of this also come in when they go to do a project as far as what they're proposing to build? Then they have the traffic impacts and infrastructure that be put in place.
Absolutely, it would be a new discretionary approval, so it would require a new CEQA review.
Yeah, and there's been a few comments submitted by Caltrans. So prior to any construction, Caltrans would get a crack at this as well. Primarily if any work is being done in a part of the culturally sensitive right of way, they're gonna wanna look at that. If they submit for an encroachment permit onto 49, that's gonna have to go through that. And I believe Caltrans also wanted drainage studies when there is construction.
Yeah, I guess, the more severe impact is more traffic flowing down through, Jackson Gate because there's a small community down there. I forget what they call it, but, that might push, basically it's kind of a residential area, and I think they already, a lot of people kind of cut through that, and they might drive a little faster than the people that live there want that to occur, and so
And depending on whenever the developer chooses to construct, when they do come in for, building permits, and they go through Transportation Public Works, and if it goes through Jackson, or our road rather than Caltrans, Transportation Public Works has, their own type of encroachment permits, and that's their opportunity to comment on the specific type of development that will occur. So though it is by right, and though something might be proposed by right, it could be, I don't know, something small, or something a little larger, so.
Caltrans appeared to be more concerned with their aviation department, but then, the other letter from Gregoria Ponce was on environmental hydrology, but encroachment permits, since it doesn't front on a, highway controlled by Caltrans, Caltrans really doesn't have much to say about, the transportation side on it then, the flow of, vehicles. Is that correct?
On Jackson Gate, on the smaller street, you would probably be able to.
That's county, so Caltrans wouldn't have anything to say about that. They're limited on what they can really say about the transportation side, the flow of vehicles, correct, Ruslan?
I don't know if they have any discretion as far as since it is at that intersection, I don't know how much of a buffer they.
Well, it doesn't sound like it, because in her section under encroachment permits, she talks about any future project activities that encroach on the Caltrans right-of-way. So if the project proponents are staying off of the main highway frontage, then they would not have to deal with Caltrans, correct?
Any other board questions or comments?
Yeah, I just had one question. As far as the navigation easement, when would that be put in place?
Prior to construction.
Okay, 'cause I know we did something for a local nonprofit entity one time, and part of it was they were supposed to do a navigation easement, and then when it got down to it, they came back for a second request, and we asked about the first navigation easement because it hadn't been done, and they said, well, they decided they didn't want to do it, which I was real unhappy about because they'd agreed to it, didn't do it. I just don't want to see something like that happen again.
The Planning Commission included it in their motion, but under the directions, Mr. Beatty said that it could be a factor of the rezoning or a condition of construction. So we could include it now, or we could include it later as a condition of construction, correct?
Regardless, it would still come up during the permit clearance process.
Okay, I just don't want to have that happen again.
Okay, is there, did we officially open the public hearing on this?
Not really.
Okay, let's open up the public hearing, and we'll entertain public comment. Does anybody of the, in the audience want to comment on this particular item? Is there anybody on Zoom that wants to comment? Come on.
Hello.
We do have Mr. Reagan on Zoom if you'd like to hear from him.
Okay, Ron.
Okay, I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you guys. There was a couple clarifications. There is a traffic study that was given to ACT TC, I think they say it, that was done. It was done in 2008 or 9 and was submitted to the planning and ACCT. So that study there isn't a new study, but that study is available and was, if I recall, was submitted to the Planning Commission some time ago. It's probably in a dusty file. Yeah. Okay. The other issue, there was one other issue. I apologize, I forgot that one of the council or the supervisors brought up. You refresh me?
Was the aviation easement?
You have to remind me what it was.
Oh, okay. It was the aviation agreement. Yes, there was an agreement that's part of the conditions, the aviation agreement before construction. And we have reviewed that. And in fact, I downloaded the form to notify FAA. And that is required to be submitted 60 days before, prior to construction and or building permit. So I can do either. And we intend to follow that procedure for that. Let's see, there was one other item, if I recall. There was a question on, oh, well, forget about it now. Do you have any other questions for me?
No.
Very good, thank you.
Is there any other public comment?
I had one question for Ruslan, appropriate time. Seems like I read something in here that this has to run through FAA, any project for approval, so they can analyze it and see if it meets their standards. I don't remember where I read that, but you don't think that's not a requirement, that it has to go back to?
It needs to be compatible with, and the ALUC did deem it compatible with both the draft and the proposed, or draft and current plans. So it needs to abide by, I believe it's safety zone 3 that it's in. So we would be checking that during the clearance process.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Any other board questions or comments?
Motion, we approve the zone change.
Well, I think we have to close the public hearing.
Close the public hearing.
Okay. All right, we have
Second.
a motion by Supervisor Crew and a second by Supervisor Neto to close the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We're ready.
Would make a motion, we approve the zone change with the following actions. Approve the negative declaration as the appropriate environmental document for the project. Adopt an ordinance approving the zone change on the affected parcels from the R1 single family residential to C2 heavy commercial zoning district, and adopt the findings and conditions as recommended in the staff report.
Second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Crew, a second by Supervisor Brown. Any further discussion?
I have a question for council. Under the board action, it says following a public hearing, the first action of the board should be a decision on the adequacy of the environmental document proposed to be a negative declaration. Should that happen prior to project approval, or can it happen at the same time?
Usually it happens first, but you can bundle it together as one motion.
If you want to include that in your motion, Supervisor Crew, to accept the...
We did.
Oh, you did put it in there?
Yeah, approve the negative declaration as the appropriate environmental document for the project.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, any other discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And I'm gonna vote no. So 4-1. All right, where does that leave us now?
One more public hearing.
Thanks, Accra?
No, oh yeah, so we're on 6E. Right, I accidentally crossed that off. Amador County Recreation Agency public hearing to consider the review of Amador County Park and Recreation Plan, Capital Improvement Plan, and the annual mitigation fees report for fiscal year 2020, 2021, and approved 5-year plan. And we have Justin from Accra.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Justin Howard, Executive Director of Amador County Recreation Agency. Appreciate you giving me a few minutes to review, as Chairman Axe just noted. So I'll just jump right in with the 5-year plan. Update on that. That was approved by the Board of Supervisors January of 2017. And reviewing the projects on there, we've completed all of them except one. So we're doing pretty well for that 5-year plan. Shade structure at Howard Park, Molly Joyce Park Playground, Pioneer Park, multi-purpose court, and dog park as well. Oro de Amador, I'll allude to that shortly. In regards to the old Nexus fees, as you can see, it's accumulated to just about $877,000 with an encumbrance of about $60,000 that's notated for ION for Howard Park ball fields on there. So about $877,000 from the old Nexus, which I'm working to move that funding towards something that I feel like we need as a county, which is a recreational center. I'm working with the California State Per Capita Grant, which is a non-competitive grant, which could potentially fund us $400,000, which we have allocated. So I'm working with them on that. And we would obviously be, in addition to these old fees from the old Nexus report. The new Nexus, which went into effect January 1 of 21, currently is accumulated to just about $4,800, and our regional park fees that went into effect January 1 of 21 as well are at about $29,647. As I report these numbers back to you, I'm also happy to answer any questions that you may have, supervisors.
You're talking about like a mid-county recreation area or something, I think it was?
Yes.
Could you maybe expand on that a little bit?
Sure. It's very much in the strategy phase. So I plan to bring more information to the board as it becomes more solidified. But the main strategy that I'm using right now that would allow us to add that $400,000 allocation of that per capita non-competitive grant would be to roll that funding towards Oro de Amador. So basically help and assist in the current review that's going on there, and use that money on top of our old Nexus fees to ideally build a structure there. That's sort of obviously we're in the strategizing phase. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Is there anything else that we need to go over with respect to this? Any other board questions or comments?
Yeah,
Let's open up the public hearing on this as well.
that'd be good.
you had a comment, Supervisor?
I do, as far as, we're also working on a Veterans Park over in Plymouth. And I was wondering if that wouldn't be a place where some of the funds could be used possibly, as far as like the North County funds.
That's definitely, why those funds exist, so I would, I'd be happy to have a conversation, with whatever potential plans are coming that direction, for sure.
Okay. I didn't know if it's something we should probably discuss here or something. We'd probably talk about it later, I imagine.
I think it was to have kind of a regional center for ACRA to put on events or to put on programs and things like that.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to that. There's a project working on in Plymouth, and I just inquired about that too, is all.
Is there any public comment? Anybody in the audience that wants to comment on this particular item? Is there anybody on Zoom? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board.
Move to close public hearing.
Second.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Brown, second by Supervisor Forrester, I think. Close public hearing. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and at this point, we are looking for a motion to...
I'd make a motion to adopt the annual review of the Amador County Park and Recreation Capital Improvement Plan. Also, annual mitigation fee report for fiscal year 2020, 2021 for Old Nexus. Mitigation report for fiscal year 2021 for New Nexus. And the ACRA regional park fees collected by the county and the approved 5-year plan.
Second.
So we have a motion from Supervisor Neto and a second from Supervisor Crew. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
All right, so we're going back to the regular agenda. Do we want to take a break or anything, or?
Go through the rest of the agenda.
Yeah.
The next two might take a little while.
I guess now take a short break.
Okay, let's take a 10-minute break. respite there, but, we're back. We're going to item 5E, discussion of possible action relative to salary adjustments for countywide elected officials. Well, for certain countywide elected officials. And, Casey, you're gonna be the point person? All right, good. We'll step on up.
All righty. Good afternoon, Supervisors. Casey Oneto-Ruin, Auditor Controller. As you know, we are here today to discuss potential salary adjustments. We are rather a small group of only 5, and that's excluding the sheriff. Unfortunately, Todd Reby is unavailable today and will not be present. You should all have received a packet that we would like to discuss today. If you don't have that packet, we can provide it to you right now. Everybody got it?
It's the one with all the graphs in it?
It is. Thank you. Okay. Our Human Resources Department provided the salary survey figures that we are presenting for discussion today. We transferred HR's data into the graphs showing the salaries of our colleagues in the comparable counties. I personally wanted to make sure that the information that we are presenting is accurate. And so I double-checked all of the math on all of the pages, and I also reviewed the elected official salaries. We will discuss further details with you. However, the salaries of the Amador County elected officials unit, excluding the sheriff, are substantially below the average of the comparable counties. And the salary of each of our positions is clearly below that of the lowest comparable county. Ultimately, our main concern and request is that our unit be treated similar to the Board of Supervisors and to other county employees, which is to have our compensation be within the range of the comparable counties. We would truly appreciate your consideration in making us average. So now Jim will come up and go over the details with you, and we can help answer any questions. First, we do appreciate your time and the opportunity to have this conversation with you, and we thank you for that.
Welcome.
Jim Rooney, Amador County Assessor. Casey referred to us as wanting to be average, and I've always thought we're really a little bit above average in our jobs. But we got some information. Earlier this year, we met to discuss our salaries, and after we received information from the HR department, we noticed that we've been kind of lagging behind other counties and other parts of Amador County. And I want to tell you, the main reason we fell behind these years, at least a good portion of the reason, was from about 2009 to 2014, we would meet the countywide electeds, and I would tell them, we're lowering assessments substantially because of the real estate market crash. Now is not the time to go ask for an adjustment in salary, and we put it off and put it off and put it off. Other units were getting some salary adjustments, and we didn't ask for them. And I think I was probably part of the problem because I was lowering assessments throughout the county. And I would tell the other officials, I said, we're in bad condition, and we were kind of the good soldiers. And during that time, we actually did more with less, and we created efficiencies that we wouldn't have created had there been no market crash. So we actually became stronger and tighter. We're doing more work now with less people. But the packet that we gave you, I'd like to go through it if I could. We had a number of graphs, and we tried to include as many things as we can. Can you see the first graph, the treasurer tax collector? That is demonstrating that the treasurer tax collector in Amador County is making 74% of the average of the counties, and the counties we included are the kind of the established counties with HR when they do salary surveys. We considered putting other counties in, and actually we did the research, but we thought we didn't want to make it with too much data, so we included Calaveras, Nevada, San Benito, Tuolumne, and Yolo. The other counties, by the way, when we did include them, didn't make much of a difference. Anyway, so it shows the tax collector making 74% of average, and only 83% of the next lowest county, which is San Benito. The clerk recorder is probably the most offset, and that the clerk recorder position is making 67% of average of those comparable counties, and 73% of the next lowest county, which is Calaveras. The auditor is making 74% of average and 82% of the next lowest county. The assessor is similar, and 74% of average and 84% of the next lowest county. District attorney is making 81% of average and 93% of the next lowest county. And and when we were looking at this, I want to tell you, we had a hard time because not all county elected officials in different counties are the same. Some are, in some counties, are appointed in the financial arena, and others, there's a few combined offices. However, we do think that the comparisons they're the best we could do. And if you have questions about that, please ask. I'd like you to move to a couple of pages. What we did was we showed there's positions in each office, how they compare to counties, and these are elected offices. And the assessor, in the assessor's office, an appraiser one in Amador County is essentially making 101% of average and pretty much making, right what an appraiser should make, and that's an appraiser one. The deputy clerk recorder one on the next page is also nearly at 100%. And that is the clerk recorder one. And an election employees in Amador County, compared to the other counties, is making 102%, which is really actually pretty good. They're making what their counterparts are making in other counties. An auditor employee, a financial tech, is at 100.41%. That's pretty, I think that's pretty good because we don't want to be too high or too low. The tax collector employee, a tax tech one, they're also called accounting assistant, deputy tax collector one, fiscal tech, is a little bit below, about 87%, but higher than the next paid lowest county. In the district attorney's office, a legal assistant or a legal clerk is making just about 100% of what their counterparts are making in other counties. And finally, the deputy district attorney is making about 106% of what the counterparts are making in other counties. And this is the reason we brought other employees up, is to kind of show that while other units were getting raises or adjustments in their salary, the electeds weren't. There were a number of years that elected officials countywide, and I think it's probably true with the Board of Supervisors too, we didn't take or get adjustments in salary. And you know what, it was a little hard because there were some years we actually took reductions, we did furloughs. But we were trying to be the team player. And we were, and we helped out, and it actually worked out pretty good because of efficiencies. I have one more little paper I'd like to give to you if I could. Do you have that? We have one sheet, and it just shows the total of salary increases since 2006 of all the units, and that is excluding the Board of Supervisors, because the Board of Supervisors, you guys, I think you had some raises coming that you decided not to take too. You understood that we were in a tough situation. So if I can go over that real quick, there's a bottom line there. It says, it's in a shaded area. It says electeds made 22% total salary increase since 2006. When the average, which is in the bottom right, of all other units was 46% of salary increases. And that was the district, let's see, gosh, some of these acronyms, I'm not even sure.
Is it 40%?
It was 40%, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's 40. And I know what CAO means and SOA, but a few of these others I'm not sure. But anyway, that kind of helps demonstrate how over the years, in a sense, we have been left behind. And we just wanted to see if we could get caught up with our counterparts in other counties and also our fellow employees here in Amador County. And I think that's all I have to say. And if you have any questions from myself or Kim or Liz or Tacy, please feel free.
Jim, I have one. I'm assuming that the benefit packages are similar.
Are you talking about between counties?
Yeah.
They're somewhat similar, but there are differences. One county, I think, actually got a car allowance. They get cell phone allowances. There are some that have longevity, which are different percentages. I got to tell you, nobody compares exactly perfect. There are little differences in these, and the HR actually has that information. I presented kind of quite a bit of data here to you, and I didn't include, there were some things that were better, some things that weren't as good, and I didn't include everything just because at what point do you say, here's enough data? If you would like, I think we could provide some of that data.
Just a question.
Sure.
I think that's a very pertinent question.
Thank you.
It is a good question, because there are some benefits that aren't the same between counties, yes.
I'm also, this is Supervisor Brown, I'm also looking at populations, out of this whole list, Yolo is 216,000, Calaveras is 45,000, Nevada is 99,000. So there's also a population difference there too.
Yes, there is. I'm not sure what Tuolumne is.
55.
Are they 55? And Calaveras is about 45 or so?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we are a small county.
Yep.
I understand. We didn't include Alpine because they're substantially smaller. And, they're, at least the salary for the assessor is higher than what it is for Amador. We thought about, and of course, we wouldn't include Sacramento County, San Joaquin County. We got the data for El Dorado County, which I actually have. They're quite a bit bigger. They have Lake Tahoe. The comparisons we use, by no means perfect. They're the best we have with the counties that have been established with Amador County, at least through comparisons with HR and SEIU. So, anyway.
Looking at this one sheet, total salary increases since 2006, and average increase of all other units, 40%, elected was 22%. So if we did an 18% adjustment, of course, that wouldn't count for inflation, but that would at least help catch you up partially.
Jim, on this, you said, and I don't think there's any question you're not underpaid. I mean, you can look at the numbers. But can we fix it in 1 year? Or is a gradual plan?
Yeah,
You'll sneak up on it, Rick?
You know, the information we have, we all kind of contributed to it. Somebody had said, by the way, some of this information is a little bit old because somebody's gotten an increase recently. And I have to tell you, my concern is, we have inflation right now, and it's pretty substantial. And I'm afraid that I'm thinking there's 12% inflation right now, 15%. Personally, I think if it's over a period of time, that it is not good for us because of inflation. And by the way, that's my opinion, and that's something that we actually did consider. And it's up to you guys to make the decision. But personally, I don't like the idea of graduating up to it. I think what has happened in the past few years is for the past at least 4 or 5 years, we've also been underpaid compared to our contemporaries. And we've dealt with it and lived with it. It would be nice to be just brought up and essentially forgive the past years, which we have no choice in doing anyway.
You didn't answer my question. Would 18% be in the range, or you feel that's too low?
Pat conveniently interrupted you, which I appreciated. I got to tell you, I would appreciate if we were brought up to average. It would be wonderful if we were at average. That's me talking. By the way,
a number to that?
I'm sorry, excuse me?
Did you put a number to that exact? I forget the percentage, how many dollars?
Oh, you know what? In a sense, we do have a number.
Good.
And our number is different for everyone because we're all, you know, at 74%, 63%.
I realize that.
Yeah, so, yeah.
More like for a
Cumulative.
total for what it would cost for the
To
year.
get everybody to
up
average.
to.
There's
I-
only 5 or 7 or?
Yeah, I did have that off the top of my head. I wanted to say it was like 100,000,
Is that what you're asking, the
100?
total
Yeah.
amount?
130
Yeah.
maybe.
Oh,
We did figure that out and
Good.
maybe,
That's a good number to know.
yeah. I think Tacey maybe has it. If not, we can absolutely get that to you, so that could, help in the discussion of what is
He's digging.
appropriate and fair.
You know, I have a question.
sure.
This is like, as far as like advertised salary, are you looking like, when you compare to other areas, you're looking at total compensation or what?
The information we have, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking.
Is it apples to apples, or how's it, when you're saying that your graphs as far as how much you're underpaid, is that like what their total compensation or what their salary is? Or?
Well,
It's just based on salary. It's not, doesn't include benefits.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, that's right.
We found that number. So we did 2 calculations, and one is to bring to the lowest of the comparable counties, and it's 125,000. And to bring everybody up to the average of the counties is 163,500.
One thing I will say, as far as you look at, what the electeds have received as far as increases from that chart, you show a 2006 to 2022, it's like the 40%. And you folks got 22%. I can see you having some heartburn over that.
Well, I appreciate that, Brian.
But I will say also, I think some of these, if you look at total packages compared to some other counties, you may not be quite that far off. So somewhere kind of in the middle might be kind of, maybe more like it.
Yeah,
I don't see 18%.
No, I appreciate everyone's consideration, because I'm gonna tell you, it's difficult to come and ask.
Oh, yeah.
I've always suggested that I be put on commission, but that's never been entertained either.
No, I see, it's a real hard thing to do, and it's like, I know in years past, I kind of wanted, when we dealt with some of the bargaining units, I wanted to have negotiations and open, and I didn't win that
request,
Yeah.
but, yeah, it's a hard thing to do.
You know, can I tell you something that over the years, since 2006, we have received 8 increases in pay, whereas SOMA received 13, SOA 9, DSA 13, ACDDA 9, General Unit received 13, confidential, and mid-management and management received 11. We received only 8. The only person less than us was the CAO and you guys. You know, but we didn't include you in that the salary increase portion. Anyway, no, your consideration is appreciated. If the other electeds have anything to say, that's just fine. But we wanted to bring it to your attention that over the years, we have been left behind. And when we started putting numbers together, we realized we're substantially behind. If we were 3 to 5% behind, we could understand, but we are at 18 to 20% behind everybody else in this. And I was wondering where you got the 18%. Now I see it's the 22 and the 40 that you're talking. I thought that was from Frank. Richard, yeah.
I'm looking at 2006.
Remember, I interrupted him.
2006 numbers though, and I said that, but I agree. There needs to be an adjustment. I don't know exactly where that's gonna end up. I'm glad you didn't include us in some of your stats since we make half of what you make. But, and have to sit at the podium and take the brunt of the, punches thrown out. I will say, we need to look at this, we need to make adjustments. I think we need to really fine tune it because I'm looking at the population, as Supervisor Brown said, in Nevada County over 90,000, San Benito over, I didn't realize they were that big, over 60,000, 63,000. So it also has to be somewhat commensurate with the population.
I tend to agree with you on that. These are the counties that the county has used. We looked at some other counties, and it made a little bit of a difference, not much. Can I tell you, we looked at 2 other counties. We would throw out Nevada and Yolo, and maybe include Mariposa and El Dorado. Foothill counties, they're our neighbors adjacent to us. And it was pretty close to the same, maybe a little bit different. If you'd like to see that, we can provide that information for you.
Well, we might even want to throw out some of the highs, and there are no lows, and might even want to include the prison population because that affects everything that happens here from the DA down.
Yeah. You know, in the smaller counties, as you all know, we have smaller populations. Our office, we have to know more and do more than larger counties. Larger counties have specified people who do specified things. In our office, we have a lot of people who do a lot of things. Personally, I like it that way. We really have to know what we're doing in a big realm. Counties like Sacramento, El Dorado even, they'll have people that are specific to exemptions, specific to new construction, specific to mobile homes. We don't. We have people that are working all that stuff. So there is a definite difference. The larger counties, they bring in more money, but they have more people doing it too.
You shouldn't have said average though, because I remember Ralph Clark, when he was fair manager, he used to say, "I'm not a good manager, I'm a fair manager."
I figure we're above average, personally. Actually, I want to say, I think you guys, are very fortunate that you have the elected officials countywide that you have. I've heard stories from other counties, and one I'm not going to mention just south of here, they got issues. You're fortunate. These elected officials you have behind you, including the DA, we don't cause him much heartache. We don't.
No, I will say that, Jim, just talking to members of the public, even political people, I say Amador County is really kind of a pretty peaceful place. We've had people come work here from other counties, and one of them told me, "I didn't know there was a place like this. I'd have been here earlier." It's people are doing their job, and you always have a bad apple here or there, but
everybody pretty well is pretty happy and doing their thing. And I have people, the public tell me, like, we did have problems in building years back, but in our building product, it's wonderful to work with, a nice experience. And it's like, it's nice to hear that. I think part of it is elected, officials that do that. I got two things. I think maybe the discrepancies may not be quite as big as it looks at in some of your graphs. If you look at Transparent California, the differences probably aren't as much. And also, I wish the sheriff was here, because I have a little bit of heartburn over what the sheriff and the undersheriff make. And,
You know, he asked to be excluded from this. He's not in
okay.
this.
Well, good.
Yeah.
That's a point in his favor, because I'm looking at salary, I thought, you know, it's an important position, takes a lot of knowledge, but it's too high in my opinion, so I was gonna look at maybe if you want to raise, kind of structuring it like this with versus
That'll be
rest
for
elected.
another day. Here's the small county, the way things are. I'm in Ione Sunday morning, a year or two back, and a lady approaches me on the street and says, Jim, I want to ask you about my assessment. I don't think something's right. And I asked her, I said, you know, I know her pretty well. I said, why don't you call me at work? I'll put all the paperwork out and we'll take a look at it. You know what she said? I don't want to bother you at work. That's kind of how the small county works. You understand?
I don't know. Nobody comes to your office, but they'll out and about where they feel comfortable talking.
Absolutely. I've seen you guys at public events. People want to ask you or tell you something at the event. Yeah, we're all in this together. I understand.
I get that all the time. The last one was a complaint about the assessor.
Give him Liz's phone number. All right, but I got to tell you, the last thing I did want to say was that we recognize this is kind of a never popular thing to do, a popular request. But for 13 or 15 years, we helped the county get through some tough times. And you guys remember, those were tough times. 2010, 11, 12. Chuck would come to me and ask me, what's my projection for income or for assessments? I'd say, how do you like negative? And somehow or another, we got through it, though. So, but anyway.
I feel the same way, and that would be fabulous. I just wanted to just make note that we can look at the populations, but the same populations are for the staff positions that we looked at, the board of supervisors. So I mean, we can do that. That's no problem, but it's the same counties with the same populations, and comparing the groups is the same process.
But elected with a population of 90,000 has to deal, and that goes for supervisors too, has to deal with a lot more people.
You know, she brought up an interesting point. A population of a county with 90,000 people, they're probably going to have, rather than 11 like in my office, probably going to have 22. I went out yesterday and did an appraisal of a mini storage. The assessor in the large county would have a staff member to do that. He wouldn't be doing that. He or she wouldn't be doing that. I do things that assessors in large counties do not do. I'm right there in the trenches, doing appraisals on occasion. The biggest deal is personnel. Sometimes, I change light bulbs in the office. Seriously, I've done that. The size of the county, it's an interesting concept. Should a larger county, elected official make more money? I'm gonna tell you, in some counties, I think the large counties, they do much less than a smaller county. So, and by the way, yeah, so that's.
I thought it was Tacey's turn.
Must have made a good point.
My point was just that it's the populations of the counties, based on the county surveys that HR used, they're all the same, whether we're looking at our elected official salaries, the Board of Supervisors salaries, or the staff salaries.
Well, Board of Supervisors salaries go all over the board because some counties are so afraid of increasing anything because they're threatened all the time. If you increase, we're gonna recall you.
I understand that. Just on paper, it's the same comparison. So,
Not
yes,
really,
I'm
'cause
sure
we get
there's
paid
other
half of what you
factors.
get paid.
When we are comparing ourselves to our counterparts, and that was also done on the supervisors.
Well, when you look at the numbers, we get paid half of what you get paid, and if you look at the DA, probably a quarter of what DA gets paid,
Then it looks like that happens in all the comparable counties.
pretty much.
That's all I'm saying, it's
Some are
all
less.
across.
I think we ought to put together a committee of the board, 2 members to work with our CAO and work with a committee, probably a subcommittee of the electeds, maybe 2 of 5.
Okay. Who wants to be on that committee? You?
I'd be happy to do it.
Okay. Supervisor Crew?
I want arm wrestle, but if one of them decides to step off, I'll be fine. But I'm fine with that.
Did you want to be on it?
No, those two can be good.
Last chance. All right. So is that okay?
Yeah.
And, is that okay, Jim, that you could put 2 electeds on the committee?
No, I think that is very good.
Okay.
And we really appreciate your consideration.
All right, and then, you'll convene to meet over the next month?
Later this month, or later next month, yeah, you're right.
I think we could have it
Mid-month or something.
All right.
Who's gonna be on your committee?
I don't know. We'll talk and, figure it out.
Okay. Okay.
No, that's very acceptable. It's acceptable to me. How about you guys? Yeah. It's very much appreciated.
I think that would be good to have kind of a negotiation or a discussion, and then we'll bring it out publicly.
Okay.
Perfect, thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Sounds good.
It's much appreciated. And we'll figure out we won't make Liz do it since she's kind of a one-arm merchant at the moment, but. Thank you all.
Well, thank you all.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, that was productive. Moving on to item 5F. Behavioral health resolutions to authorize participation in No Place Like Home programs, Amador County Permanent Supportive Housing. And, Melissa is gonna come down and give us an intro. Okay.
Good afternoon. So we're here to talk about No Place Like Home again. So just as a refresher, we were here last fall, and at that point, it was for a resolution to accept the non-competitive funds to move forward with that. And part of that was to get an MOU with a development sponsor, which that was approved, and we went ahead and through the RFP process, partnered with Danco, who's also here today. Or some slides, I'm kind of going rogue off the slides here. Go ahead and go to the next slide. I think this is just kind of an overview of what No Place Like Home is and the funding that comes off the Mental Health Services Act funds. It's really to to create permanent supportive housing for folks with serious mental illness and homelessness or risk of homelessness. Go to the next slide. And so this is kind of what I had just said about that the counties were able to apply for this funding. There's competitive and non-competitive funds. And when we were here last fall, it was for the non-competitive funds of $500,000. And then we moved forward with that process to do the pre-development MOU with Danco. And so since that time, we can go ahead and go to the next slide. Danco's been doing some work, and I'll turn it over to them so they can kind of give you an overview of what they have done. And so today, what we are looking at is the two different allocations, and part of being able to apply for the competitive funds, there's an application that will include a comprehensive supportive services plan. So part of that is how is the county behavioral health going to provide supportive services if we're able to move forward and build something to house folks. And so there has to be that supportive services plan, which is services that we're actually already providing. But then Danco also has the property management piece, and they have folks that would be on site to help with some of that oversight as well. And they'll talk a little bit more about that. But in order to move forward, and that's what we're here today, is there's two resolutions, one for the non-competitive and one for the competitive. Even though we have one resolution for the non-competitive before, that was just to start moving forward with the process. This would be to say that we are actually partnering with Danco on a specific project and moving forward, and then also applying for the competitive funds to supplement that as well. Okay, next slide. And this kind of just gives an overview of Danco, and I could probably turn it over to them now, so then if you have some questions for them, but they can more specific about what they've done since last fall and what we are proposing to get approval for today, moving forward. Yeah.
I have a question before you leave.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're gonna.
We identified a potential location for this, correct?
There was actually a few locations that we had talked about before, but then when we went into the MOU with Danco, then Danco looked at different properties, and that's part of what they'll speak to now about the site that they're proposing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great.
All right. So I'll hand it over to Chris from Danco.
I think I have some slides too. Yeah, you should have them. What?
You, Chris?
I'm Chris.
I don't recognize you without the hat on. This one right here.
Right. You don't have them? That's okay. I think so. It's okay if you don't. I can just talk. But don't have them. Okay. I mean, those slides are nice because they have pictures and examples of some of the projects that we've done.
I think that would be really good.
We have the slides in our packet, but they're bringing it up for the public.
I also have a member of my team's on Zoom. She could probably share the slides too, if that works. Okay. It's Mandy Owensby. She can share. Are you there with us, Mandy?
I am, yes. If I have screen sharing, I could share the slideshow.
You should be able to share.
Okay. I'm just going to queue it up one moment.
There we go. All right. Well, you can go to the next slide. That's just our cover sheet. So good afternoon. My name is Chris Start. I'm the president of Danco Communities. We're a development company located in Northern California. I've been doing this for about 29 years. Been putting together affordable housing projects over the last 20 years using federally funded federal, state, and all different sorts of funding for affordable housing. You can go to the next slide, Mandy. I'm just really here to first talk, just kind of introduce who Danco is and who we are. We have 6 diverse companies, about 190 employees with the organization. We're a team of professionals. We basically develop, property manage, and do construction. We have a couple other companies that we do alcohol and drug rehab center, and we also do assisted living. That's the 6 companies. Mostly, I'm here to talk about multifamily and affordable housing, that wing of our business. We have brought to market about 1,000 units to date. Have about that many in the pipeline of projects all over the state of California, and even out of state. And our management company manages about 775 units as well. Next slide, please. We say that we're vertically integrated, which is a fancy way of saying that we do property management, construction, and development. So we really do the whole process. We start with the development, which we apply to the RFP. We'll work with the city in this case, we have a site in Sutter Creek. We'll work with the city, get that entitled, get all the financing, work with the county, put the financing package together, apply to the state for the funds. Then we'll construct the project, and as a general contractor, but we'll solicit subcontractors in the area and work with as many local contractors as we can, and then we'll manage and hold the property. And I think it's important to say that to date, we've never sold a property. We still manage and hold all of the properties that we've done. Next slide. So this is just a list. It's just really just to show you that we have experience. This is a list of projects notable projects that we've done, and kind of shows where they are on the map. In terms of permanent supportive housing, from this list, there's 334 units out of this portfolio in 8 different projects that are supportive housing. Next slide. So this is our team. We've got the founders, Dan Johnson. We partner together. He oversees the construction side of the business. And then myself, who oversees the development. And then the 3 ladies you see there, Mackenzie, Haley, and Mandy, are our development project managers. This is a project that we did, just kind of show you an example of a supportive housing project we did in Rio Dale, California. It's a small project, 26 units, cottage style, high quality construction on about 2 acres. And next slide. This is a recent project we completed in Eureka, California for 51 supportive housing units. 50% of this is for veterans, and the other 50% is just general population. You can see it's a high quality construction project that has all the services on the first floor, plenty of amenities, got office space for behavioral health, rooftop garden, community kitchen, fitness center. This is right on the 101 Eureka. If you're ever in the area, you can see.
Is the picture to the right kind of the courtyard of that building, or is that a different?
Yeah, no, that's the courtyard from the building. That's the frontage, the street frontage, and then to the right, the interior.
So it's kind of open once you go inside. You're looking down. Yeah. Okay.
You can go next slide, Mandy. And this is just another example of a project. This is a 75-unit supportive housing project, but for seniors down in Gilroy, California. And 50% of these are for supportive housing, and the other 50% are just general population. Project we completed 2 years ago. You can go to the next slide. And we're under construction in Santa Rosa on a 54-unit supportive housing project as well. This is funded with No Place Like Home funds, similar to same funding source that we're discussing here today. And it's studios and 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. It'll be done next month. And then next slide. So this is just to give you just a few words on the impact of supportive housing and community services. So supportive housing is proven that people that are previously homeless individuals and families have been shown to reduce the number of emergency room visits, law enforcement interactions, and criminal justice systems. And the point of this is once people are in housing, they're able to, some of those services and calls that happen before they're in housing go down. Residents in supportive housing stay engaged with case management and referrals to community social services longer than with other interventions. So supportive housing program costs about $23,000 less per person than a temporary shelter, is what the statistics show. And then our residents in the units, our residents of our supportive housing units are members of the community that are currently either at risk or experiencing homelessness.
You incorporate any programming space into your apartments or whatever building you put up?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, we have, like the project that we showed you, well, all of the projects, but the one that, the downtown Eureka project has a large meeting room, offices for staff. It's got a community kitchen. It has a game room, all kinds of interactive areas for the services to happen on site. And this is just the next slide. This is really just a testimonial. We had one of our behavioral health locally from Humboldt County, just sent this note over to us a couple weeks ago after Halloween. This is what the facility looked like. Some of the residents that had moved in had decorated their frontage and their doors, and she just wrote a little note there about how she appreciated the service that we provide and the difference that it's making in people's lives, and as challenging it is as it is. It's just a note of appreciation from their staff. So we thought we'd share that we're making a difference. And then next slide is this is really just kind of like our wrap-up slide. We're committed to providing high standard affordable housing. I think there's often a stigma that goes with affordable housing, that it's cheap housing, and that's absolutely not the case. We're building high quality housing with using high quality construction materials, plenty of ample space for the project to be successful. We're holding these projects. There's a regulatory agreement that will be applied to these properties for a period of 55 years. And so we have to maintain them. We're holding them. And we're keeping them active, and so we take that very seriously. And so when we're building these properties, they're high quality and well maintained, and we wouldn't take on a venture that we couldn't achieve that. And then just to go into a little more project specifics, which I don't really have any slides, so that's it for the slideshow. There's a map of what we've done so far. But we have site control, which we just achieved last week. So we're at the very early stages on 946 Par 2 Way in Sutter Creek.
Yeah, just for the board's edification, that's the street on the left that runs kind of up and down. That's Valley View Way, and then the other one is Bowers, which hooks into Lower Ridge Road. Okay, so kind of to the upper right is where the Rancheria apartments are, and there's an apartment complex. Just the transit center is actually just right across the street.
Exactly. And it's important to say this hasn't even been vetted. Like, we just produced this yesterday, so we're at the very beginning stages here. Our architect team was working overnight to try to get something to show to flash on the screen, but we just started. The property that we're working on is
zoned for the intended use. So we're not doing anything that's not permitted. It's zoned for multifamily. But we still have to vet this through the city of Sutter Creek for heights and density and all the land use requirements that are required. As you mentioned, it is right across from the bus depot. Also, it's right. Some of you are probably familiar with Walgreens. It's right in front of the area there. We have been working with the county on preparing the No Place Like Home application, and so that is due on January 19th. Once that's only partial of the funding that's required. The other piece of the funding would be 9% tax credits to put the whole package together. In those applications, there's 2 rounds. There's one in March, which we will not hit because we need the No Place Like Home funds committed to the project prior to applying. And then the second round would be in July of 2022. So that round would be our target. So if everything goes right and we're successful with the funding for the No Place Like Home funding, which they award in June, we'll be able to hit the July round. And that funding would be awarded in September, and then we could be under construction in early 2023. Our timing is, it'll take the small project, 40 units, it'll take us less than a year to build and complete, and likely it will lease up immediately.
Is this area you're looking at, is this the area that's already currently being kind of flattened and maybe having infrastructure put in?
No, that's Rancheria property. This is directly across the street from that. So it'd be to the east of that property.
Okay. Yeah, so it's across the street from where that retaining wall is and all the rebar is, and across the street from the bus depot or the transit station. So it's on the other corner.
You could pull up an aerial. There it is. Thank you.
Yeah, there it is.
Gotcha.
So so run the cursor around there. So it's on that corner, and then the Rancheria property is on the other side. That's the Rancheria property.
Yeah, and the apartments of the Pinewood apartments of Rancheria is too, right, I think? Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Yes. I for some reason, I wasn't picturing a little vacant lot you're talking about there, but I know where you're at then, yeah.
It's about 2 acres.
And it's all zoned for high-density housing.
Yep.
We're talking about 40 units, half of which would be for people with mental health issues, and the other half would just be
general affordable.
Yeah.
It would not
50 and below.
Special permitting, right? It's a by right use.
That's right. Yep. Yeah, and to speak to the operations, so we're sizing the operational budget as the county behavioral health will provide case management to all the residents that are the 50% of the residents. And then, but we're going to have a resident service coordinator on staff there, full-time on-site manager, and then 24-hour desk service. So there will be somebody there at all times at the facility to run the operation.
Danco does all the admin work.
We do.
Okay.
Good for our transit service too. We might have more than 2 people riding the buses.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's really my formal presentation. I guess I'm just offer to answer any specific questions.
Any board questions or comments?
Now, you've been around a long time. I know when we went through the vetting process and interviews, your experience showed. So, glad to have you on board.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
Should we open up for public comment?
Sure.
Hey, would anybody in the audience like to come up and comment? Come on up, John. Just come on down. You're the next contestant.
My name is John Murphy. I'm president of the Amador County, in a sense, county. It's St. Catherine Drexel, St. Vincent de Paul Society. cannot tell you how much we need this type of housing. This is 40 units of housing that we desperately need. 20 of it is supposed to be used for the unhoused and 20 for more senior citizens. The unhoused areas where we really have a tremendous hole right now. We don't have, I've been trying for almost a year. In fact, it'll be a year next month, trying to get 2 people into housing, trying to get them in a mobile home, trying to get them anywhere, and I can't get them in. Their income is too low, and this is going to be a tremendous opportunity to move forward in this area. Second thing is the need for low-income housing, particularly for our elderly. Give you an idea, our budgets are from September to October. 2 years ago, we spent about $1,000 for rental assistance. This past year, we spent $13,000. Now you'd say, oh, well, that's because of COVID. No, this is senior citizens and handicapped people who aren't eligible for the COVID-19 relief. So the need is becoming more and more of a need in our community. So I ask you to support this. This is a tremendous opportunity for your community, and I think it will serve your community well. And the builder, I think, has shown you that he can do a decent job. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Good afternoon. Denise Cloward, ATCA Housing Director.
Hi, Denise.
Hi. ACT would like to express our support regarding the Danco Affordable Housing Project opportunity that's been presented today. All of us understand that on any given night, more than 200 people are literally homeless in Amador County, many of them needing ongoing supportive services once housed in a stable unit. That really is the key, supportive services for those particular units. ACT can speak from experience as we continue to operate 26 units and 71 beds of affordable housing, permanent supportive housing, and veterans permanent supportive housing across the 2 counties. A good, strong project will have ongoing on-site management, continued strong case management to those residents needing the supportive services, dedicated housing providers that will provide collaborative financial support to the renters, connections to local community supportive programs, streamlined services with Santa Claus Housing Authority, and an electronic coordinated entry access point for fair and transparent admission. This project presented today has all of those key elements for success at inception. Danco has experience in building affordable projects. They have examples that compare to this rural concept. And of course, you can research those online and see the successful outcomes or in person to gain additional insight, which I've done. As you listen to this presentation and you've heard, I ask, please, that you keep in mind the outcomes from this project. Collaboration, access to housing and community services, improvements in families and stability of those relationships, greater educational and employment opportunities once stably housed, increased physical and mental health for all residents, increased community vitality, improved local economy, and a reduction in our local homeless population. The #1 solution to solving our housing and homeless crisis is safe and affordable housing opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else like to speak?
We do have someone on Zoom whenever.
Okay, one more, I think, from the audience here, and step on up, Debbie.
Hi, I've never spoken to a meeting like this. The first time I've been, I'm a little nervous. My name's Debbie, and I have lupus. I've been on SSDI for over, since I was 35. I just turned 50. And I just want to say that I do have housing, but I barely have housing. My rent is being raised again. Now it's going to be $1,197. That surpasses my Social Security that I get. Instead of dwelling on this, I spend my time in the community. I volunteer at NAMI, and I volunteer at Sierra Wind regularly. And I just, seems to be that there must be an easier way to live. And I have been homeless. I've been at the shelter. Thank God for Leslie, had a bed for me twice since I've been in the county. And I don't know, I don't think I'm have it in me to do it again. And every month, I'm scared to death that I'm gonna be homeless. And so I would have to say right now, probably about 90% of my income goes towards rent. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Debbie? Anybody else from our audience? Okay, we have somebody on Zoom.
Am I on, Jennifer?
Yeah, go ahead, Mary.
Thank you. Thank you, and good afternoon, board. And I want to thank you in advance for this resolution, keeping my fingers crossed. I've worked for the last few years pretty passionately with the homeless population, primarily in Jackson. I live in Sutter Creek. In fact, I live in Sutter Hill. This is in my backyard. And I am thrilled that this concept may be moving forward. I have a small rental in Jackson, a historic building with a charming little one-bedroom apartment that became vacant after many years. And so I put an ad on Facebook one day to hopefully get a new tenant. And by the end of the first day, I had over 70 applicants, fully employed, working people, who need a place to live. And it opened my eyes up to how close so many people are to homelessness, and really moved me to go forward and become a HUD housing authority, and got a van in there, and very happy with that. We need this kind of housing in Amador County, and praise you all for pushing this forward. Thank you.
Any other Zoom folks?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with what Mary said. We need more affordable housing options. Not everybody can afford a house, so I think that that's the type of the housing options we do need. We need people that can work at a lot of the retail positions that we have available in the community, and they're not going to be able to pay a mortgage, but so we do need all options, and so this will be providing some of that housing stock. Anything else we need to add at this point, Melissa?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Need to approve the resolution.
All right.
I would move to approve the resolution authorizing participation in the No Place Like Home program, competitive allocation, Amador County permanent supportive housing.
So we have a motion to approve from Supervisor Forrester and a second by Supervisor Crew. Any added discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries.
How can I make a second motion? Same motion to approve this for resolution for the non-competitive allocation.
Okay.
Second.
All right, motion by Forrester, second by Crew for the non-competitive. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion, any noes? Motion carries unanimously again. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you, Melissa.
All right.
Thank you
Good
very
luck.
much, and when
Thank
we
you,
hear back
everybody.
about the application, we'll let you know. We'll be back and
Hey.
update you.
I'd like to say thank you to Danco. I'd like to say special thanks to Stephanie Hess
Yeah.
for doing a lot of this, and a lot of the Denise and John and others on the homeless task force. So this is a good thing, good step forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Thank you. All
right. Item 5 G, which I guess I have to do some explaining. This is a discussion and possible action relative to adoption of a resolution of intention to form the Central Sierra Broadband Utility Zone Consortium. And not too long ago, ATCA actually formed the Central Sierra Broadband Consortium and ran a program to help bring broadband here. It kind of stalled, and then the funding ran out. And one of the people that was behind that became a supervisor in Tuolumne County, I believe Kathleen Half, and she wanted to resurrect it. And through some discussions with Rosemarie Smallcomb from Mariposa County, we're not sure, what we're going to do or how it's going to work. So this is kind of a resolution of intention to work on trying to put something together. It's, at this point, there's no commitment by any of the counties if we approve this. We want to really reach out to RCRC, Barbara Hayes, and figure out what they're doing, plus the middle mile extension, but we don't want to potentially let something go that we once had that was kind of a hub or place of point of contact for our county with the state. So just trying to not let go of a potential opportunity, because we recognize that broadband is going to be key to the future for all of the citizens here in Amador County, for business and for whatever, just staying in touch with the world. And we don't want to let this program drop at this point, or at least we haven't decided to go in that direction. So that's kind of where we are. That's what the resolution kind of is intended to, kind of a resolution of support, so to speak.
Question for you.
Yes.
Would this be in any way competitive with RCRC's program?
We don't believe it's going to be competitive with RCRC's program, and right now it has no funding. It's just a consortium, and that's something that there is a memo here from Barbara Hayes, but she did speak with the Tuolumne County Supervisors, and I believe that she also may have spoken with Mariposa, so we didn't see a conflict there, but that was something that we kind of wanted to sort out is this a good platform to advocate for the mother lode region on broadband, or are things really being covered with RCRC and what the state is doing? And so that was, I guess the answer was no. And right now, again, this is where we've agreed that we're going to develop an agreement stipulating the terms. So it's, we're not entering a JPA at this point. It's just a kind of a resolution of intent.
Who is Cole, the Tuolumne County CEO?
He's the Tuolumne County Economic Development, and he's a very ambitious guy. Sometimes he gets a little too far ahead of the whole pack, so to speak, and I think, and that's not a bit of a criticism, but at the same time, he's really a hardworking guy. But he kind of drove this project, and we needed to kind of get together and have a discussion with all the counties involved. And I think once the new year comes around, we'll have a chance to do that, just because, you know, to meet with Barbara Hayes and figure out what it is we're going to do. I mean, there's also a concern that fiber may not be the only answer for internet in parts of the county, especially up in the more remote parts. So, you know, remote parts could be almost anywhere, but satellite might be an option, and everything is focused on fiber. And it may not be effective to put fiber everywhere. Although, when I talked to Frank from Volcano, he seems to think fiber can.
I kind of like fiber. They can't be shot out of the sky.
Yeah, but these are, there's this new low Earth orbit capability from Elon Musk, and it's supposed to be really fast, so that might be another...
Star something or other, Star.
Yeah, Starlink or something like that. So, you know, it's just, sometimes to serve like 3 or 4 houses might cost a lot of money that may not be worth it. So, you know, who's...
My area. That's why Volcano won't come down with, broadband to my area, because...
Well, presumably, AT&T and other places could come up to where you are.
Not enough houses doesn't, not affordable for them to do that.
Well, like in Ione or,
No, where I live.
on Sutter Creek?
Sutter Island Road.
Sutter Ione Road, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've talked to Frank and Duke, and it doesn't make sense economically.
Yeah, and that's, you know, so what do we do for those cases? And satellite might be another option to consider, you know, especially if this Starlink is supposed to be much faster than, I forget the other one, but you see the commercials on television, and they're not as fast as they claim to be. So, you know, I'm hoping to get a little more engaged on this in the coming year and focus on this and kind of try to sort all this out and figure out what's what and bring it back to the board. So I'm asking for us to go along with it for the time being.
I think it'd be okay.
And then come back.
There could be some positives, and I don't see any harm in it.
Okay.
Just kind of the second coming of that broadband meeting you went to at Black Oak.
I hope so, but I hope it's not going to be an all-day thing.
Okay.
You know, I hope that we can talk about it in a couple of hours, maybe on Zoom.
But a lot of the same session.
Well, I'm hoping that we can get Barbara Hayes from RCRC to talk, and maybe someone from the state of California on the Middle Mile, and then just, you know, maybe go for 2 hours and figure out, you know, where this might fill gaps that we might have, and you know, that's kind of what I'm.
New information.
I hope so. Yeah. If not, then we're not really committed long term. So, all right.
Public comment?
Any public comment? Anybody on Zoom?
You, Jennifer.
All right. No public comment.
I'm gonna make a motion. I'm not gonna make all the motions.
Okay.
I'll make a motion then. I'll make a motion to adopt the resolution of intention to form this Central Sierra Broadband Utility Zone, which Central Sierra Buzz, I guess you call it, consortium.
Second. Right. Buzz, right.
I was waiting for everybody to get done talking.
Okay. Well, with that, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, item 5H, discussion and possible action relative to approval of Board of Supervisors meeting schedule for 2022 calendar year. And there's a
draft schedule in your packet. Supervisors, I put the I put, dates in for RCRC, NAGO, CSAC, and the CSAC Ledge Conference in there.
Is that correct?
It is, yes.
They moved it, okay.
They moved it, yes. And they also moved the Ledge Conference into April, where it's usually May. So, yeah, so those are different, but they don't conflict with any planned board meetings. If you notice, we're also only showing 11 holidays. That's because this year's New Year's Day is actually going to be celebrated on December 31st, so it doesn't show up on this calendar. So everything is normal.
So they get New Year's Eve off.
Yeah.
Not
So
New Year's Day.
yeah, we will get New Year's Eve off this year. I am showing 2 meetings in December, but I did shift them as we've kind of done before to the 1st and 3rd Tuesdays in December. So we're not meeting right after a 4-day weekend of Christmas weekend.
Right.
So we could, alternatively, if you wanted to, we could cut that down to 1 meeting and put that on the 13th, but I am showing meetings on the 6th and the 20th.
I'd say leave it there. You can always take it off.
We can always modify it.
Well, then you got, what, 3 weeks, 4 weeks in between meetings, or are you gonna move the January meeting up?
Now, if we put it on the 13th, there would be 4 weeks between the 13th and the first one in January. So, yeah, that's why.
Even it on, even if it's a short meeting, we take care of items that, end-of-year items. That's just my opinion.
And I'd say leave it on.
Leave it like this for the time being.
I don't have any problem with what you have.
Me neither.
Okay, any other board questions or comments? Any public comment? Did we just kick off all the Zoomers?
Pretty much, right, 13.
Now they're there, I accidentally closed my window that you usually
So
see.
we have 13.
Well, I'll entertain a motion then for approving the draft meeting schedule.
I make a motion, we approve the 2022 draft Board of Supervisors meeting schedule as presented.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Supervisor Cruz, second by Supervisor Neto. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, last item, 5I, the minutes.
Have minor corrections, and then on page 7, I wouldn't call it minor, people speaking about redistricting, Austin Floyd, should be Austin Ford, I think.
Yeah, that's correct.
Austin who?
Ford. So I would make a motion to approve the minutes with those minor corrections as well as that one.
Okay, we have a motion from Supervisor Forrester, to approve with minor corrections. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Brown. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And with that, our meeting is adjourned until our special meeting on December 7th.